And if you would all rise and join the board in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you so much. We have a quorum. All the board members are here. Staff is here as well. Mr. Carmel, do we have a report from closed session?
Yes, we do. Thank you, President Farmer. At the December 29th special meeting, the board held a closed session for a conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1 to discuss one case, Vincent versus the Cambria Community Services District. The board approved the settlement agreement to resolve the case without admitting liability. Under that agreement, the district's insurer, the Special District Risk Management Authority, will pay the plaintiff $150,000 and the plaintiff's attorney $50,000. The district will remove the notice of intent and the final termination notice from plaintiff's personnel file and will accept a resignation letter from the plaintiff, and the plaintiff will dismiss the lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carmel, and thank you for being here every month.
Thank you.
With regard to the president's report, I have one thing to report. So far, I believe, and I don't know the exact totals, we've had about 10 inches of rain. The first rain, actually, we had about 1.4 inches of rain in September. So the rain's been pretty constant since then. So as we can see, the green covered hillsides are just so invigorating and so soothing to the soul. So I just want to express a word of appreciation to Mother Earth for bringing the rain for us. And let's just hope that this tempo continues and that we have a sufficient amount of rain and the creeks will fill up and we'll be just fine. So thank you so much. With regard to agenda review, does anyone on the board wish to make any comments on the agenda? Any board member communications? Well, so far it appears I'm the only one talking, so let's continue on. And let's move on to public safety. Oh, that's right. Pardon me. Well, I guess someone else will be talking here momentarily. Christine Heinrichs, you have a slip in for general public comments. So come on up to the microphone. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning. The resolution opposing ICE raids brought before the board by a group of Cambrians at the August 14th meeting is not on today's agenda. President Farmer, as president of the board, you hold influence over what items will be placed on the board's agenda and discussed in public. I ask you again to place this resolution on the agenda. This is your opportunity to support the expressed will of Cambrians as evidenced by demonstrations in the streets in which you have participated. ICE is hiring more thugs to terrorize the public. ICE raids will continue to get worse. Yesterday, someone was shot and killed. San Luis Obispo County has experienced ICE agents taking people from the county jail, and between December 26th and December 30th, at least 147 people were kidnapped in SLO County and Santa Maria by ICE agents. They kidnap people from their cars, from shopping centers, from places of work. They smashed car windows, left the cars running in the middle of the street in San Miguel, in Paso Robles, and on Orcutt Road and Laurel Lane in San Luis Obispo. They took 2 U.S. citizens and 2 minors, ages 16 and 17. They took mothers away from their infants. They left 4 children, the oldest 16, with no parents. The terror has arrived here in SLO County. With the rain stopping, the next siege could be tomorrow. People in Cambria are affected because they work throughout the county. People who live here have been impacted and are afraid to leave their homes. An investigation published in October found that ICE had arrested more than 170 American citizens, nearly 20 of whom were children. In acquiring power, the federal administration seeks to weaken all institutions and elected officials. What is happening now is not normal politics. It's an assault on the fundamental institutions of our civic life, things we should all swear loyalty to, even at the local level. As elected officials, you have a responsibility to stand up for the people who elected you, whom you represent. When the government perpetrates miscarriages of justice, history has not been forgiving to those who've gone along, however reluctantly. The resolution opposes ICE raids that are terrorizing the community. Most Cambrians share that opposition. It would be to your credit to put the district on record as opposing the raids. It's never too late to do the right thing. Please place this resolution on the February board agenda and show your support for Cambria and the rule of law. One more statement. There is more power in standing up to a corrupt, unpopular administration than in playing its game. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heinrichs. Also have another request to speak from Mr. Gary Boyle. All right. Well, Mr. Boyle, do you have any idea which agenda item you're going to want to speak on? I don't believe that that's on the agenda today. No, I don't believe that's on the agenda this month, and maybe next month. If you would come to the microphone and identify yourself, please.
That's the only reason why I was here. I thought we were going to talk about, cementing the future plan.
You are Mr. Gary Boyle, a resident of Cambria, correct?
Yeah. Anyway, that's what I want to talk about. I wanted to hear you guys discuss it first before I put my 2 cents in. So the only thing I can say, and I've said it before, I patrolled the Malibu Mountains for 10 years on horseback. I had a ranch in Agoura. I volunteered 1 weekend a month. And so I got I could ride from my ranch into Malibu Creek State Park, patrol with my little badge and my little radio and my big horse, and really get in touch with the community and the people, doing that. And I grew up near there. There's a problem in the community, and I wish we would have a meeting with Fish and Game, because especially on Lodge Hill, the feeding of wildlife has gotten out of control. We'll have 35, 40 turkeys in our yard tearing stuff up, and the turkeys are not native. They're like eucalyptus trees. Some of them need to go. And Fish and Game said that every Cambrian can kill 3 turkeys a year if they just pull a permit, because it's become such a problem, they don't know how to deal with it. Then you add the deer that are being fed alongside the turkeys, and multi-generations now learn to go to so-and-so's house every weekend for a nice meal, which also produces the spreading of disease because the deer eat so close together, which now, according to some ranchers and according to Fish and Game, the lions in some of these large ranches are starting to wander. And they're wandering where? Well, there's a big buffet up on Lodge Hill weekly with dozens of deer laying in front of people's yards and so forth. To get back to the Malibu Creek State Park and the Santa Monica Mountains, where there are lovely mansions and all kinds of homes, we never had that problem because everyone knew how to live with wildlife. And that's a huge problem. So that's my general statement. To get back to the rodeo grounds, this is the only meadow with a year-round stream going by it, if you think about it, probably from at least the Guadalupe Dunes to Carmel, within a half a mile of the ocean. It's a complete different environment than walking along the boardwalk at Moonstone or going to San Simeon Cove. It's a beautiful place just to watch the sun come down, just to listen to birds or look over at the creek and watch it flow. And to put in a community park for visitors and children. We already have Shamel, why don't we wait until there's a line of people waiting to use it? It's hardly used. I really want to protect it, but then that goes back to what I wanted to talk about, which you're not going to talk about, is the fervor now over putting dogs on leashes in the rodeo grounds. And being a horseman and a dog person my whole life, people who use their dogs off leash are the ones who can control them. The people who go to dog parks and let them just run off under the pack with other animals typically don't have a handle on their animal like the people that walk with off leash. Anyway, I'm done. This was off record. I wasn't planning on speaking this way. I wanted to speak to it, a precise thing that you guys would have come up with, but I was misled by some people that that's what was going to happen. Sorry.
Mr. Will, appreciate your comments. Thank you so much. Enjoy the ranch.
President Farmer, I'll
Yes.
just advise Mr. Boyle that the ranch management plan, which is probably what he's referring to, is tentatively scheduled to be brought before the board in February.
Okay, thanks.
I think I believe I mentioned that to him, but thank you for clarifying. General Manager McElhaney. All right. So let's move on to public safety. Haley is,
President Farmer, we have people on Zoom that would like to speak during public comment.
oh, my apologies. Well, it's funny. I wrote down public comment and then I forget to ask for it. So, by the way, this is only my second time this go around and being board president. So excuse any errors that I make. And even if I didn't have that excuse the errors that I make. So yes, so who would like to speak in public comment on Zoom?
Chelsea Foster, followed by Tina Dickinson.
Good morning, Chelsea. How are you?
Good morning, President Farmer. Thank you for asking. I'm good. Hello to the board. Nice to see you all. Happy that we're having some rainfall here. It's very nice to have consistent water, for all the reasons that we know. Wanted to just say a general thank you to our community. For those of you that attended our event back in December for Skate Cambria, we were very happy to provide 50 skateboards complimentary to the community. It was a very positive, upbeat event. It was so nice to give back after all the fundraising that we have done. And just wanted, to say generally thank you for allowing this event. And it was so well received. We were blessed to have absolutely, no problems with it. The kids were all so happy. They all followed the rules, were educated on California policy that is required when you have a skateboard, how to properly and responsibly use it. And we put a lot of smiles on faces that day. There were many first timers. So just in the nature of understanding what a positive connection of recreational and athletic activity that skateboarding can do for the community, it was resoundingly well received. And we want to say thank you for allowing that to happen. And we're excited because we do know that we had, the 4 to 6 month bridge there coming up for RFP. So looking forward to hearing how that's going, because I think we're at about 4 months now. So hopefully we're moving in that direction with in good stride. Also, if you haven't had a chance, definitely pay attention to everything that we're updating in our socials and on our website, because we're still going to continue to nurture the community and engage and educate everybody for safety, etc. Just while everybody's working hard on our end goal. So just a general statement to say thank you.
Statement. Thank you, Chelsea, or I should say Ms. Foster. And yes, it was a delightful day. The sun was out. The kids had a great time. And us adults, the kid and us had a great time too. So thank you. Ms. Dickinson?
Thank you, President Farmer. Yes, couple of things to follow up on Chelsea's comments. I was also in attendance at the December 14th skate park event that was absolutely free of everything, including the raffle tickets. They were also free. It was a wonderful event. And I spoke to a member of the board on the executive committee who assured me pretty much that there was going to be an item on today's agenda related to the skate park and going out to RFP. I don't see anything in the agenda today, but hopefully the general manager can give us an update of where we are, where Mr. Soto is with the People's Restroom Company, and the designs and the plans, etc. I think we are owed some kind of report at this point. The other item is I submitted a public records request to the district on December 5th, and I received a response to that request on December 12th, and I was a little surprised at what I received. I mean, not the actual documents, but this, it says from Haley, "Hi Tina, the responsive documentation available electronically is attached. The remaining responsive records are in paper form and are available for inspection at the CCSD administration office." And then the address and the time, Monday through Thursday and every other Friday. "Should you wish to obtain copies of invoices or other paper records, you will need to pay the applicable duplication fee as outlined in the CCSD fee schedule." Well, I've put in plenty of public records requests where multiple responses have been given in PDFs. And I've never received anything that says I have to come into the office and go through records to find what I'm looking for and then to pay a fee per page. Never. I mean, I could send you tons of public records request responses, and I've never gotten this kind of a response. The actual item itself, I may be speaking to it when appropriate at this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dickinson. Have a pleasant day. So moving onward now to public safety, I believe. Ms. Dotson, is Commander Abbas available?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right. Good morning, Commander. Happy New Year.
Good morning. Happy New Year to you all. Hope you all had a safe holiday season. So looking at our call statistics for the month of December, we had a total of 213 calls for service, down from 225 in December 2024. Of note were 30 preventative patrol activities, 17 enforcement stops, and 2 vandalisms. I wanted to take a moment and talk about those vandalisms. So I don't want to cause a stir or cause concern in the community. However, we have seen an uptick in vandalism that has a criminal street gang nexus. In summary, any vandalism that you see that has the number 13 associated with that vandalism is going to have a criminal street gang nexus. Of those 2 vandalisms, at least one, if not both of them, did have that symbology indicative of criminal street gang graffiti. So I would encourage anybody to, if they have any sort of vandalisms, whether it has a gang nexus or not, to immediately move to clean that up, whether it's on private or in a public space. Obviously, if it's a public property or property of the district, that would need to be addressed to the district. But if it does have that number 13, I would highly recommend that a call for service be generated with the sheriff's office so the sheriff's office can document and start taking appropriate action with regards to that type of conduct. So again, I don't want anybody to think that there's some gang issue in Cambria, but that is something that we have started seeing in that form of vandalism. So I just wanted to address it here and again, make sure that it gets taken care of promptly. And that's all I have unless anybody else has anything for me.
Any member of the board have any comment for Commander Abbas? Anyone here wish to make a public comment with regard to what the commander's just told us? Ms. Dotson, anybody on Zoom?
No.
So, Commander, I would like to ask you, as you say, this is a recent phenomenon with regard to seeing the number 13 here in our community. Let me just speculate. Do you feel like maybe this is some type of copycat situation? Maybe some youngsters trying to make an impression? Or do you feel that this is something that we should be keeping an eye on and there is some cause for concern?
So, I mean, it's tough for me to speculate on intention of the people responsible for that vandalism. What I would say, it is something to keep an eye out for. So I've been a peace officer for 19 years. Of that, I spent 10 years in investigations. Of that 10 years, I spent approximately 7 years working gang investigations in this county and involving gangs in this county and the surrounding county. In that time, I had not dealt with any sort of established or street gang involving Cambria. And to date, we don't have a recognized criminal street gang in Cambria. And so again, that's why I mentioned this type of vandalism because it is rather recent. And if it does continue to pop up, we would encourage again that it be documented by the sheriff's office. So again, through the generation of a call for service and promptly remediated. It kind of goes back to the broken window theory where, if you have a broken window, then the next door neighbor's house is going to, if they have a broken window, then it's going to lead to a junker car in front of that house. And it kind of leads to the degradation of the community, all starting, again, in theory, with one broken window. So if vandalism generally gets left up, especially if it does have a gang nexus, like the vandalisms that I'm referring to, gets left up, then it encourages additional vandalism because, again, it's kind of viewed that the community is not going to address it and it kind of de facto accepts it. So promptly remediate, but if it does have the number 13 associated with it or any reference to the number 13, whether in Roman numerals or three dots or any symbol that would represent the number 3 or 13, that the sheriff's office be called, that we document it and then remediate it, and then we'll forward that information to the sheriff's gang task force for potential follow-up if possible.
Well, thank you very much for that rather thorough reply. So, I wish you and your staff all the best out there in 2026, and stay safe and have a good day.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it. The same to you all.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Dotson, is Commander Januso available from the Highway Patrol?
He is not, but he did provide us with a handout, which is,
I am here.
oh, there he is.
I'm online.
Good morning. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Mr. Farmer. President Farmer, thank you for having me. Sorry for the surprise, Haley. I was able to make it.
Well, we like surprises sometime. This is a good one, so thank you.
It's like the holidays are still giving. So good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm going to report our fourth quarter 2025 statistics for CHP Templeton. In this period of time, there were 17 crashes investigated in the Cambria region. 14 of those were property damage only. 3 were injury related and 4 were DUI related. There were no fatalities. 70 enforcement contacts were made. Of those, 47 on the Highway 23 on county roads. 45 resulted in citations being issued. 20 of those were for speeding. And there were 8 DUI arrests made in the Cambria region, 5 on the highway, 3 on county roads. And I don't have any other information to report, but I'm open for questions from you, the public.
Did I just hear you say that there were 8 DUI related citations in Cambria?
Yeah, 4 were crashes, came out of a traffic crash, and then 4 were traffic stops or somehow resulted in a DUI arrest.
Have you found an increase in this particular area throughout the county? I'm just curious because you would think by now people would have an understanding that driving drunk or just being drunk is not a wise decision. So this is still a dilemma in our society, yes?
Yeah, it certainly is. In fact, there's no region that's not affected. We had an alcohol-related crash this morning in the rural Atascadero, which came out at 5:45 this morning. So it's mind-boggling that this still occurs.
It's getting an awfully early start on the day, isn't it?
Right. Or the night never ended.
Yeah. Or that's probably more accurate. Well, Commander, how you have any other comments to make with regard to the highway patrol and how you're hoping to approach 2026 and any things that you might be more concerned about than you may have been in the past?
No new concerns. We still want to address traffic matters. We have a full staff of officers and sergeants. I'm meeting with my staff at the end of the month to go over a new strategic plan that we've developed and we hope to implement to increase traffic safety for all regions in the CHP Templeton area, including yours. I do want to comment that came up, that just came to mind now. Some of your residents may have noticed the traffic radar trailer out on Highway 1 in your community. I did get some inquiries on that. It does not take photographs. It doesn't issue citations. It's there merely to bring awareness of the approaching vehicle speed. People have called in about that and actually thanked us for putting that out there. And they notice once they see the flashing speed, they look down at their speedometer and see there's a disparity sometimes. It doesn't really match up with the 55, but we're glad that it's out there. We move it around to different communities. It was in yours for probably about 3 weeks along Highway 1 and I believe along Burton or in that area. And it'll probably be back there periodically throughout this year too.
Well, I think it's always appreciated to keep us aware of how fast or slow we're going, so to speak. So thank you for that. Commander, let me just ask, are there any public comments here in the audience or on Zoom with regard to what the commander's just spoken to?
No.
All right. Oh, excuse me. Director Gray?
Oh, well, you're asking for board member questions and comments. Good. Yeah, I had a question for Commander Ganuso, and I'm glad you mentioned that radar trailer out there, and also I noticed. I think we've talked about this before. The number of stops and citations for speeding have stepped up a lot. Do you have any way of measuring if that's succeeding? In other words, if people are driving a little more slowly on Highway 1, or how do we know if it's having the desired effect?
That's really that'd be a challenge. I don't know how that could be measured because our officers aren't out there all the time. Citations or enforcement contacts do occur regularly when officers do patrol the highway or through town, but we don't really measure any increase or decrease in citations other than statistics I could look at. So I could go back and actually review that. In fact, I'll make a note to report that or just send it in by email to Ms. Dodson too. But we don't know if it's making an impact on drivers because, as you know, Cambria is such a transient community also with the as a destination. So, and that's time of year.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Gray. Thank you, Commander. And I don't believe anybody else has any comments on the board here or any questions. So thank you so much and have a pleasant day and all the best to your staff and stay safe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good day to you and everyone there.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to the fire chief's report, and Chief Berkey. Good morning.
Good morning, President Farmer, members of the board, staff, and members of the community. So this is the fire chief's report for December of 2025. During December, we had a total of 133 incidents. We had 8 false alarms, 42 public service assists, 3 hazardous conditions, 78 medical emergencies, and 2 fires. We served 90 residents, and non-residents, we served 26. For a comparison of December of 2024, we had 104 total incidents. Year to date, it now is 1168, and for 2024, we had 1,020 total calls. During the month of December, we had our training was focused on command and control of active shooter events. We had MCI Rescue Task Force training as well, and then the medical emergencies were cardiac dysrhythmias. For public education, we were really focused, as we do typically at the end of the year. We have a pretty heavy focus on the Christmas and the holiday season, including safety around those events. And then we also do a year-end review of most of our programs, and we were really focused on the liaison program. I met with the liaison lead and discussed kind of what the next step is for that program and how the previous year, went, and the goods and bads, and kind of what our direction was for that. And I'm really excited about the next year. We're really trying to push for and I know the community's wanting the evacuation drills. And so those are something we've been discussing quite a bit, not only just in our community, but also with our county entities. And so I'm really excited to move forward with that. With public service regard, we did 5 business inspections. We had 2 defensible space residential inspections, and then 4 smoke detector changes. With that concludes my report. I'm open to any questions.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Chief Berkey. Vice President Dean, you wish to make a comment?
I'm looking at that photo of the fire that you put in your report. Was that the type of fireplace that normally has the glass in it and just uses propane? And someone actually put a fire in there?
No, it was just so you're correct in the examination of that it was a natural gas fireplace. Those can actually catch fire as well. So they put off heat just like a regular fireplace does. It's just sometimes, and I guess that's a good lesson to be learned, is that you need to maintain those as well. So this is I don't remember specifically where that fire, where the problem occurred, but it can happen anywhere along the vent area. If you're not maintaining and you don't use them very often, they need to be maintained. They need to be inspected to prevent that faulty, whether it's within the actual burner itself or within the vent system. Those just need to be inspected annually at least to make sure that they're not going to cause this type of fire. And especially if you have a wood fireplace, that's even more imperative that you get it evaluated, because there's soot buildup. You have animals that can get in there if you're not using them regularly. So it's very it's well worth the time to have somebody come out, inspect them, maintain them, and that way keep your home safe.
And does the fire department inspect them?
No, typically we don't have the expertise to go in and actually, especially with an actual chimney, we wouldn't have the expertise to go in and evaluate or be able to do the actual maintenance that's actually needed. So calling a professional or a handyman or somebody along those lines, some maintenance, and they have whoever installs those a general contractor should be able to direct you in the right way of somebody who can inspect those for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Thomas.
Thank you, President Farmer. Also a question about the photo on the bottom of the next page with the, maybe dozen red baskets. Can you tell us more about that?
Oh, okay. So that was we received from the fundraiser. They had purchased, those are the pieces of our new lockers for our turnout gear. And so that's our crews putting them together, spending time to actually, obviously they don't come assembled, so we have to assemble them. And that was just a picture of them assembling them. They're in full use right now. And so the crews are extremely happy to have those. And we are planning a open house here very soon to have the public come and be able to see what their kind of funds have gone towards. But we were finally able, it took forever for those to show up, but they finally did, and they were finally able to assemble them and put them in service.
Right. So those are open to the atmosphere?
Yes. Yeah. Those are, well, they're in the engine bay, but they're meant to be breathable for the turnout.
Air out. No, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. If I could ask a question of you, Chief Berkey, and I probably should have brought this up when Commander Januso was here with us. Were there in any way, shape, or form, because I see there under public, well, in any way, shape, or form, was there anything problematic with regard to the Christmas market that happens over at, Burton and Eaton? Were there any kind of any demands on, how can I say this? There's a lot of traffic that takes place there and that type of thing. Was there anything problematic that took place that you know of?
No. I mean, I believe we had a couple of medical aids over there, but they went pretty smoothly. We do a good job of preparing. We go through the event prior, and since it's been going on so long now, we're aware that it's going to be there, so we kind of make our adjustments. But we haven't noticed anything that fire-wise that was significant as far as issues from the additional crowds in town. Again, we're well aware of it, and so we do a good job of preparing. I can't speak for the CHP or if any unlawful activity, but for us, we didn't notice anything that was extenuating.
Okay, now I'd also like to ask you with regard to the calls, the years to date in 2024, 2025. So there was an increase of over 140. That's over 10% increase. What do you attribute that to? Is there a cause for concern on your part?
No, I wouldn't say it's a cause for concern. It's just the sign of the times, and it can be fluctuating. And I don't know specifically, what the cause would be. I know weather is obviously a huge factor. If we have better weather, we get more tourism, and so it really just depends. I can't, and just the population increases, and it really, there's so many different factors. It's hard to pinpoint exactly what it is. But I can tell you most of the county areas have an increase as well, and the state of California. So it's one of those things that we're noticing just in our services. I don't think it's specific to Cambria, but we're emergency provider, and so we're expecting those to continue to increase.
All right, thank you, Chief. Anyone here in the audience have any comments for Chief Berkey? Anybody online, Ms. Dodson?
No.
All right. Well, Chief, have a very pleasant rest of the day and a safe year for you and your crew.
You as well. Thank you very much.
You bet. All right, let's move on to item number 5 and the consent agenda. Does anybody have anything they wish to pull? Any member of the board wish to pull anything off the consent agenda? Any brief comments or anything? Director Thomas.
Thank you, President Farmer. A couple of very quick questions on expense report on page 12. The San Jose Creek Stabilization Project. Are we going to hear about that in the utilities report? Because I'd like to hear about what that project is.
We can cover that on the utilities report if you like.
Great, thanks. And then on page 14, tire replacement for the 2019 Freightliner. I was just trying to think in my head, which truck is that? Freightliner makes big trucks. Any idea which truck that is?
For the VACON?
I was guessing that it might be the The cab for the back con?
Mhm.
Okay, it makes sense. All right, thanks. Then I've got just one comment on the um, minutes, but do you want to finish with the expense report before I move on to that?
No, just go right ahead.
Just one comment on the minutes from November 13 on page 24 in public comments. The public comment from Gail Eastman. I know Gail very well, so the spelling of his name, it's Gilbert, so it's just Gil, and the Eastman is like Eastman Kodak, so it's Gil, then Eastman. Just thought I would share that.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Director Thomas. So I have a couple of two or three comments with regard to the expenditure report that perhaps Mr. Green can answer for me. So I noticed with regard to the rodeo grounds pump station backup power replacement project. So this particular month, it's about $40,000, and I'm noticeable December, excuse me. And I noticed in October it was $92,000. I'm grateful that we have the opportunity to have this taken care of. So I'm just curious, will there be more expenses in this particular area?
For the backup power generation at rodeo grounds, those are the final completion of that project, and those are the final invoices for that. We did have a change order, and that was to build that large concrete abutment, and that's to raise it out of the 100 to 200 year floodplain, which seems to happen every 2 or 3 years for us. So that was the only additional change order to that. So yeah, you won't see any further invoiced costs for that project.
Okay, it's not that I'm concerned about the cost. I just wanted to
Right.
know, because it's something that definitely needs to take place. Also, let me see here on page 19, State Water Resources Control Board annual permit for water list connections, $31,000. That's a pretty constant thing that happens every year, right?
Yeah, so that's been a pretty static fee for 10 years. What you'll see now, the State Water Resources Control Board just had a meeting in May where they announced their permit cost increase by 5%. That will be reflected this year, 2026. So you'll see that invoicing in 1 year.
All right, thank you. And then one more thing, and I know this might be kind of a sore spot that I'm even bringing this up. But the Baldwin Group, and we have something we pay them about $3,700 every month, and so I guess, and I myself or others have brought this up. So if we could have, and I guess I see the general manager getting ready to answer whatever it is I'm about to query. If we could have something specific, like I'm going to ask you right now. Was there anything specific that this particular is applicable to in the month of December?
Yes, President Farmer. So initially, there's the analysis of who's providing our benefits, and that those initial costs were to evaluate that to find if there is a cheaper option to provide medical benefits with a different provider. These fees, which should end this month, we actually changed one thing with our health benefits, and that was going to MetLife for dental, excuse me. And we were with Delta. Delta is not being accepted by a lot of dentists in the area. Dentists are starting to drop that. So we made a last minute shift over to MetLife, and it's essentially the same cost. And so they helped us with that transition, and that's what that fee is for. And then that should terminate.
All right. Well, thank you so much. That's kind of good news. Maybe not good news for the Baldwin Group, but good news for us. So thank you. All right. I think that wraps it up for the consent agenda. Do I have a motion? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I wrote down here public comment. So around next November, I should have this down. So do we have any public comment on the consent agenda for someone here in the audience? Anyone online, Ms. Dodson?
No.
All right. Well, now
I'll
I've got to jump out on a limb and say, does someone want us to make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll move that we approve the consent agenda with the minor correction to the spelling of the name of Gil Eastman in the November 13 minutes.
I second that.
Thank you both. So, Ms. Dodson, roll call, please.
Director Thomas,
Aye.
Director Scott,
Aye.
Director Gray,
Aye.
Vice President Dean,
Aye.
President Farmer.
Aye. Thank you, Ms. Dodson. Before I move on to regular business, I'd just like to ask you, Haley, who's attending the meeting online, via Zoom? Do you have that available?
BBG, Chelsea Foster, Clancy Turner, Don Howell, Elizabeth Benhausen, Eric Johnson, iPhone 23, Kay's iPhone, Linda Finley, Michael, Rochelle Benjamin, Rollins, and Tina Dickinson.
All right. Thank you so much. And thank you out there that are attending via Zoom. Much appreciated. All right. Let's move on to regular business and item 6A. Discussion and consideration of the extension of the People's Self-Help Housing Cambria Pines Affordable Housing Project Intent to Serve letter. And General Manager McElhaney, this item, please.
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda item 6A, discussion and consideration of extension of the People's Self-Help Housing Cambria Pines Affordable Housing Project Intent to Serve letter. There's no fiscal impact to the district for this item. This item is being presented to the board for consideration of approving the time extension request for public People's Self-Help Housing Intent to Serve letter for the proposed Cambria Pines Affordable Housing Project on Schoolhouse Lane. The project was appealed to the Coastal Commission. The Coastal Commission denied that appeal and it was issued a coastal development permit. Right now, they are working on a financing mechanism that will enable to proceed with construction. However, they don't anticipate them being able to break ground until late 2026. And so their current permit is, their intent to serve letter is currently expired, and this is being brought to the board to extend it, I think approximately 18 months. And I'll turn it over to the board for further discussion. We also have representatives here from People's Self-Help Housing.
Oh, okay, cool. I was wondering who that young lady was. So, yes, Miss, thank you for stepping up to the podium. If you could just identify yourself, please.
Good morning. My name is Juliana Gallardo Wilkie, and I'm one of the associate directors in our multifamily housing development department with People Self-Help.
Thank you.
And I believe we have a presentation that we will share with the staff. I am the project lead for Cambria Pines, and I have been working on this project in various capacities since 2022. We want to thank the Cambria Community Service District Board for the consideration of the water intent to serve letter extension for our proposed development, Cambria Pines. Next slide. I think it's slide number 2, should be the company mission. There we go. So People Self-Help Housing was founded in 1970 with the mission statement of we build affordable homes with site-based services that offer opportunities to change lives and strain communities on the Central Coast. We are the longest serving affordable housing nonprofit in the Central Coast, and we are headquartered in San Luis Obispo with satellite offices in Santa Barbara and Oxnard. Our affordable units serve more than 10,000 residents across 4 coastal counties. As you can see on the map, we serve Ventura County, Santa Barbara County, San Luis Obispo County, and also Monterey County. Next slide, please. So Cambria Pines is 33 units, proposed development along Schoolhouse Lane that will serve working families. The development work will incorporate a community center and other various on-site amenities that the residents will utilize. And as you can see on the map here, the project will preserve about 2.83 acres of dedicated open space, with the rest of the 2 acres solely for the affordable housing development. Next slide, please. And here is a brief timeline of the plan check milestones that the project has gone through. As you can see, the county issued our building and grading permits in November of 2024. And our building and grading permits expire in November of 2027. So in order, next slide, please. And recently we've had big milestones in terms of funding. So we applied to the state Supernova funds, and we were awarded a substantial grant in September. And the last piece of financing we need in order to break ground is to secure tax credits. So we intend to reapply for the 4% round coming up in February. And we also intend to reapply for the 9% round in April. So I just want to reiterate that that's really the last step we need in order for us to break ground on the development. Slide number 6. So as mentioned, we are anticipating breaking ground by the end of the year. And again, this timeline that you see up here assumes that we will be awarded the 4% tax credits that we will apply in February. If we are not successful with that application and we are successful with our 9% tax credit application, this timeline will only shift about 2 months. And the next slide. So as you all know, or maybe not, but we own Schoolhouse Lane Apartments, and that complex has 24 units, and 65 of those residents work in hospitality, so they're members of the Cambria community. And we have about 104 people on that wait list. And, you know, residents that move into our affordable housing tend to stay there for a really long time. So we know that wait list takes years for someone just to go up and to have a unit available. So this shows the demand for the 33 units that we're going to build next to Schoolhouse Lane Apartments. So next slide. So again, we respectfully request the approval of the water intent to serve letter for 24 months. We would like to thank again the Cambria Community Service District Board for this consideration. And we would also like to thank the County of San Luis Obispo, also County Supervisor Bruce Gibson, for the recent additional county investment of SB 1090 funds that the project recently received. And lastly, most importantly, thanking the Cambria community for continuing to support this development. And I'm available for any questions.
Well, thank you very much. I see at least one director has a question for you, and Director Scott.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. Can you explain to me what the 4% and 9% tax credit means?
Yeah. So tax credits, really in affordable housing world, tax credit is the last investment that a developer needs in order to break ground. And the difference between a 4% and a 9% is just simply the federal credit rate that we get on the equity that the project receives from the state tax credits. So they're both the same, but really it's the only difference is just the tax credit rate on the equity for the project.
Okay. Let me just, so I don't know what you're talking about.
No, yeah, and I think affordable housing is very confusing, but the way tax credit works is we applied to the state of California, and we submit a request to get tax credits for the project. Once we secure those tax credits, we then sell those tax credits to a private bank or an equity firm, and then they give us like the construction loan we need, the permanent loan that we need to start construction on the project. So that's essentially the mechanism of how tax credits.
So this is a tax credit for your company?
Not necessarily. So it would be like tax credits for the project to start, to fund the project.
I still don't get it.
I mean, I could create a presentation in terms.
No,
Oh.
no, that's okay. I'm probably the only one on this board who doesn't get it. And I'm the chair of the finance committee, so that really is scary, right? Never mind.
We can provide a handout that I can give to the board secretary that can kind of explain in detail what the tax credit mechanism and how that works and how that mechanism makes affordable housing possible across the state of California. So I can provide that handout to Haley.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. I knew someone was going to ask that question, but it's very technical.
So before I go to Director Gray, since he was the previous chair of the Finance Committee, and he might have the answer, Director Thomas also has a question or concern. So Director Thomas.
Thank you, President Farmer, and thank you for raising that question because I would also like to learn, but I would say that's not a condition precedent to me approving this in any way. I would like to bring our attention to page 142 of the agenda packet. At the bottom of our letter from the CCSD to People Self-Help Housing, it would say the intent to serve letter is now valid through January 8 of 2026. I think we want it not just through tomorrow, but 2 years from tomorrow. Is that the plan?
That's correct, Director Thomas. That's a good catch. It's a typo. That's valid through January 8th, 2028.
Great. Okay. 2 years. Thanks.
All right, Director Gray.
Yes, thank you, Director President Farmer, and thank you for your clear and concise presentation. I also don't understand the mechanisms that well of the tax credits, but I also agree with Director Thomas that it's not really anything that we have to worry about on our side. I do have a question though about the application process, and I think this is I kind of remember asking this 18 months ago because you're reapplying, which means there was an application process that you were turned down on, I assume. What was the issue then, and has that issue been resolved? Can we be confident that these credits, one of the two sets of types of credits, will be awarded this time?
What was the?
Yeah, I guess you're reapplying. You're reapplying for the credits under the program.
Correct.
It didn't. The earlier application, I'm assuming, was not successful.
The tax credit application,
Yeah.
you mean? Oh, we've applied, I think, 2 times.
Yeah.
Already. However, so in order for to be competitive with state tax credits, the more local funding sources from like the county, the state, the more local sources you have, the greater your tiebreaker is.
Right.
And that's what they look at. The award that we received from HCD in September was a $7 million grant, and that has bumped up our tiebreaker significantly. So we're very confident that with that substantial grant that we got in September, we're now much more competitive in this upcoming round in 2026.
I think it's a very good answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Gray. Yes, Miss, I just want to make a comment because I was going to ask you the question that you just answered with regard to the amount of that grant that you received, $7 million. Seems fairly substantial, but you've got a fairly large project here on the horizon. So let me just ask you, with regard to that $7 million, how much of the project does that cover? Do you have any other grant funding that you're applying for and hoping for?
The HCD grant that we receive covers a portion of the construction for the project. We have all of the soft sources that we need. So like I mentioned, the last piece of funding that we need is just securing the tax credits we need to start the finance of the project. We are looking into an additional funding source currently available through the Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco. It's the Affordable Housing Program. And that program, I think we would probably apply for $1 million there for funding. That's one funding source that we're looking at still, in addition to the tax credits that we need to secure.
Well, thank you. I just want to make a comment. I noticed that, the grading and other permits that you needed from the county, you've already received. So you're anticipating by the end of this year to begin construction on the project, which is like really great news because you've been pursuing this now for, I think, about 13 years or so. So I don't want to be, obviously, I'm going to put the cart before the horse and say, are you feeling, even though it's roughly a year away, are you folks feeling a sense of enthusiasm that you've gotten this far now and you can almost see at least the beginning of the end, so to speak?
Yes, our team has been very excited, especially this substantial award that we received from HCD in September was a huge win for the project. So I think we will secure tax credits in 2026. I'm very confident. And I think that we have the best team in our development department in place to make that happen.
Well, that's awesome. Thank you. Does anyone?
I have a question.
Oh, I didn't see your light on. Pardon me, Director Scott.
Yes, thank you. So how much is this project going to cost total?
I think right now the total project cost is about 35 million, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
That covers everything. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm reluctant to say that that's a lot of money.
I will say that because this project has been in our books for 15 years, we've been carrying a lot of holding costs for the project site. That takes into consideration the land value for what we paid for the land. But the biggest thing is we've been holding on to the site for 15 years. So that adds up after a while.
All right. So you might have already answered this question, but sometimes I'm daydreaming. So when you mentioned that the grant that you received was $7 million and that made us feel good, but now you're saying 35 million. So how close are you to having that total of $35 million?
That's where the tax credits come in. So that's the only financing that we need to cover the rest of the finance we need to make the project viable.
Okay. Well, we will wish you all the best in that regard for sure. So I don't see any further lights on here. Excuse me, Director Gray.
Yeah, thank you, President Farmer. Actually, my question is really more for our council on this time. It has to do with the idea of proposal to extend this for 24 months. Up till now, I think we've done 18 months for these extensions. I don't know if that's actually, and I don't have the municipal code in front of me, but I don't know if that's something we would have to change in say the code, or if we had the flexibility to extend this longer. Because I'm inclined to, I mean, 24 months hopefully is enough. I hope people self-housing doesn't have to keep coming back here, because we're all in complete agreement, I think, about our support for this project. And as long as it takes, I think we would want to extend the intent to serve letter. But I have to find out if we have the power to do that under our current rules we operate under.
Thank you, Director Gray. Yes, we do. We have the ability to extend it for up to a period of 3 years. So it's within your power to do so.
Thank you. Well, thank you.
Yeah, well, hopefully in 3 years, you'll have this project built, right?
Yes.
Cool. Um,
So
so, Director Scott, Thomas, did you wish to say something?
thank you, President Farmer. Yeah, great question, Tom. So the anticipated next steps show construction completing November of 2028, almost 3 years from now. When should we extend for 3 years? Or is it the completion of construction when, I'm not saying this right, but the intent to serve letter extends for a period of time. Is it the start of construction or the end of construction that has to?
Thank you, Director Thomas. I see Mr. Reaper creeping up to the podium.
I can answer that, Director Thomas. Normally the procedure is once they get construction permits from the county, they can apply for a connection permit, which then we'd go out and actually install the infrastructure. They'd pay their capacity fees, and then we start monthly billing. Because of the intricacies with the funding, we didn't want to put people self-help housing in a position where they had to fork over almost $700,000 in capacity fees. Not to mention, we don't have a water main in front of that property. We're going to have to extend, the street's going to need to be extended. There's some public improvements that are part of this project. So we would want it to wait until we were sure the project was going to go, because all that has to happen at once. So as soon as they break ground, or as soon as they've gotten the funding and are prepared to break ground, then yes, we'd issue a connection permit, collect the capacity fees, start working with the county on CEQA for extending the water main, and begin that whole process. So 36 months would be more than enough.
So in your opinion, should we extend to 36 months or is 24?
24 is probably okay, but it's at your guys' discretion.
I'm Dr. Jerry Main, and I'd like to introduce myself to the board. I'm running for the Finance Committee position. I just like to make a comment.
Whoa. Mr. Main, excuse me. Are you wanting to comment on this particular?
I am.
Well, I understand that. Well, I was about to ask for public comment on this item, so I guess we should be appreciating the fact that someone that's applying for the Finance Committee has the enough assertiveness that they just step right up to the microphone and start talking. Okay. So, Mr. Main, go right ahead and comment on this item. Thank you.
Okay, as most of you are aware, the average cost.
You might have you might have pushed the button and your microphone isn't on right now. So see if the light can come back on there.
Perfect. As you are aware, the average cost of a public financed housing unit in California is $862,000 for 500 square feet. And for $35 million, you could buy 2 motels in San Simeon quickly without any problem. And also of interest is we're not utilizing the prefab houses that have been created that you can buy for $20,000. And all you have to do is hook up the utilities. The average taxpayer, I think, is getting upset with the fact that we're turning the public housing, into a factory for making a lot of money for contractors who otherwise would have to compete for projects. And so I'm just expressing dissatisfaction as the average taxpayer has for spending an outrageous amount of money for housing. Now, we know it's needed to supply workers for this area, but it could be done much, much, much less expensively. Nice meeting you.
All right. Thank you so much for your comment. And we look forward to your potential participation on the Finance Committee. Thank you. Yes, you can step back up to the microphone, please. Mr. Boyle.
I appreciate what he just said. I have some history with building in Cambria. I lost my house to a tree 8.5 years ago. It'd been built in the 30s and it was completely crushed. When I went in for my building permits, I was going to be owner builder. Big Susan, there's two Susans, at least there used to be in the building department, Big Susan and Little Susan. Big Susan was a really helpful lady, and she told me, you better get your ass in gear and you better start building now. The price per square foot is going to skyrocket. Coastal Commission is making a march from the shore all the way to the mountains, and you're going to be in deep if you don't get in now. I built it for $285 per square foot. They fought me on it. I had all the paperwork because they knew by then it had gone way above that. I have friends who were trying to build a garage, 500 square foot garage with a little deal on it. It's taken them 3 years. So affordable housing in California is a bogus statement. It's been created by county and state permits, unrealistic items. Now, to get back to
Mr. Boyle,
no, I want to get to water now. I want to get to water.
Well, just a moment, please. Is this pertinent to the agenda item that we're discussing?
Because of that, what is the square footage of this project? And if it's going to be $500 a square foot in the next 18 months, we need to calculate how much that's going to cost as opposed to buying 2 nice motels up in San Simeon. My point is, though, we have, I don't know what the list of water meter residents waiting for water meters. I'm sure it's more than 33. Instead of doing this project, how about the families who've been waiting possibly for decades to build in Cambria and start clicking them off at a reasonable rate so the sewer and the water can catch up to that kind of development? 33 families, pick them out of the most desirable families, and maybe 1 or 2 houses a year, maybe 3 houses. Maybe we find water somewhere else and you can put in 10 houses.
Okay.
But to do this development seems irresponsible for all of us who are paying exorbitant money for sewer and water. Because through the past, the water district has made inappropriate choices in trying to have more water here. So that's all I'm saying. But it all adds up to what he was saying too. There's more sensible, intelligent choices to be made here. That's it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Boyle, I guess I should thank you. And there's people that want to applaud. I'll just say this, that the comment that you just made about exorbitant costs of water and sewer, I guess people are going to complain no matter what. The cost of everything is going up. I think we should be grateful that we have water and sewer that is supplied to you on a regular basis. That's just my humble opinion, if you don't mind.
I just want to, acknowledge what the 2 gentlemen say, and to some extent, I agree with what they're saying. I want to revise that. I did say the total development cost is actually 28 million for the project, and as we all are aware that construction costs are rising, and materials cost is increasing, so that contributes to the high costs that we face. Because the project has state and federal funding, we're also subject to state prevailing wage, which also increases the cost of the construction. So another benefit with People Self-Help is that we're our own in-house general contractor, so that we've been doing this for a while, so we can manage and try to keep costs as low as possible during the construction. So I just wanted to correct what I had said previously and acknowledge what the gentlemen's have been saying.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
I know your first name is Juliana. I neglected to get your last name.
Gallardo Wilkie.
I echo Wilson. Okay. Well,
Oh, Gallardo Wilkie.
Wilson. Okay. Thank you.
She's
Wilton.
Wilkie.
Wilkie. Okay.
Oh.
I'm glad that, I guess I should get my silver tone tested here. So, all right. Director Gray, you wish
Yeah.
to make another
Okay,
comment?
thank you, President Farmer. Thank you for allowing me to slip in here. Actually, I wanted to ask Ms. Wilkie or Juliana to address another point about the nature of the units. I want to make sure. I mean, I'm familiar with the other schoolhouse lane, and I know that the units are not. They're designed for families. A lot of them. They're not just one bedroom. They're not something you could do with a motel conversion. And I wanted maybe you should address that a little bit.
No, I mean, the project has already been entitled. Building permits have already been pulled, so we can't change, what the design is. Or I'm not even sure if zoning there would allow motel or hotel construction. Does that answer your?
Oh, I know the idea of converting motels, as the speaker was saying, into low-cost housing. I don't think what you have planned is are apartment units that are available to accommodate more people, like families and so forth,
Yeah.
right? Not like converted motel units.
No, we have 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms as part of Cambria Pines. So we have 4 1-bedrooms, 19 2-bedrooms, and 10 3-bedrooms.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you, President Farmer, too.
Thank you, Director Gray. Director Thomas.
Thank you, President Farmer. And I just wanted to give thought that 33 units is great. If someone has the wherewithal to go out and build more affordable housing, go for it. We're not at the stage of the people self-help housing bringing alternatives to us. There's a plan and there are permits. Regarding the exorbitant cost of water and sewer, General Manager, could you remind us? As I recall from the last rate study, our rates were nowhere near the highest in our region.
That is correct, Director Thomas. And we also had a period of 20 years of no rate increases. And so, unfortunately, you add that to 20 years of no rate increases and our degrading infrastructure. It's unfortunately where we need to be. And I'll be candid, we'll see more movement towards Prop 218s for further rate increases. And it's just the unfortunate side effect of a no growth community in which the failing infrastructure exists. There's no additional tax revenues that are coming in. There is no additional building short of this potential for the affordable housing. And that's the unfortunate situation we are in as a district.
Well summarized. Thank you. And also there's remind me, there's an obligation our district has towards supporting affordable housing. We've reviewed that each year. Issuing 33 intent to serve letters to people on the wait list would not address that in any way. And it would get shot down by the Planning and Coastal Commission. So we have an obligation to support the affordable housing, and this is an important step.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Director Gray has another comment.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to take up too much time, but I wanted to.
No need to be sorry.
Dr. Thomas made good points about our commitment to affordable housing, which is actually maybe refresh some people's minds. We have an allocation that is separate. That is one is exempt from the moratorium for intent to serve letters, and this actually I think it actually is not. There's an additional number of units that we can give intent to serve letters to. That is exempt from the moratorium, is senior to the wait list essentially, and by design, because the need for affordable housing here being so severe. And so this is within that, all the intent to serve letters in terms of our own limits, our own allocations of those things have been already taken care of. This is something that has been, we issued those letters, I think, initially in was that 15 years ago, something like that. The other point about money is, and exorbitant rates and fees is you might have noticed in Mr. Reaper's brief explanation of the project, all the requirements for the project. They're going to be paying 700,000 in capacity fees to the CCSD, I think, as he said, and also they will pay the same water bills we do. So there's actually more money coming in, more revenue coming in from this project for water and sewer, which actually offsets some of the need for rate increases. Not all of it, obviously, but it's not going to add to certainly it's not going to make our rates worse. In fact, it's have some effect of making them a little bit better, a little bit less onerous. Am I correct in that, the General Manager McElhaney?
That was a correct and accurate synopsis.
I just want to say this. I appreciate the comments that have been made by Director Thomas and Director Gray, as well as our general manager, especially regarding the cost of water and sewer in our community. I just wanted to make one comment with regard to, and I'm not going to qualify what I'm going to say. Let me just make this comment that with regard to intent to serve letters and allowing people to build a home, we're probably talking about a different, how could we say it, income range than folks that are going to be at so-called affordable housing, which are usually folks somewhere near the poverty level. And the need for housing for folks like that is becoming more and more problematic with each passing day. So the opportunity to provide this housing, again, here in our community is something we should all look forward to. Ms. Heinrichs?
Yes, thank you for allowing me to comment also. As Director Gray said, this project was approved. The water allocation is under a special condition for affordable housing. This was endlessly discussed when it was originally applied to the Coastal Commission, which originally denied the project on grounds of water and then reconsidered and issued a second staff report approving it because of the affordable housing issue. Developing motels into other kinds of housing is certainly an idea worth exploring, but it's very different from what this project offers. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, excuse me, Dennis Duchek. Yes, come on up to the microphone, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I couldn't help it. I have to say something in support of this project. It's a terrific project that's been in the planning works for a very long time. And as was just stated, it's been hotly debated, it's been considered, it's been reviewed, it's been permitted, it's far along the line. The idea of giving them 3 years, I think, is terrific. I think it's really important here that when this board, and this board has done a terrific job this past year, and congratulations on a good year, and I'm looking forward to a great year coming forward. But once decisions have been made and no contravening data is presented that would negate those decisions, I really appreciate when the board has the fortitude to move forward consistently and fearlessly with the right moves, the right decisions. Stick to the planning that you've made, make adjustments for sure when conditions change, but work with data and go from there. So thank you for supporting this project and for planning ahead and recognizing what General Manager McElhaney would just said about the importance to this district to maintaining its systems, to maintaining its infrastructure, and having the revenue and the policies and procedures that support that going forward. So thank you.
All right, thank you. So does Anybody available on Zoom that would wish to comment, Ms. Dodson?
Yes, Tina Dickinson, followed by iPhone 23.
All right, Ms. Dixon, go right
Yes,
ahead.
thank you, President Farmer. So, several things. I had a conversation with Ken Triguero several years ago. And at that time, apparently, and with the board of PSHH, saying that the money was almost available at that time. And they were going to be ready to go. That did not happen, as we know. But there are some other issues that I brought up with them that are concerning. And while I'm going to refer to the individual from PSHH as Juliana, couldn't get the whole name there. But she said that 65% of the current residents work in Cambria. Well, that's great. So there are 104 applicants on the wait list. Now, my understanding from speaking to folks at PSHH, including the president, is that does not mean that there would be 104 folks, residents of Cambria, or hopeful to be residents of Cambria, or who work in Cambria, who would like to be one of those applicants who would be receiving some form of affordable housing. That actually it can be to anybody who would qualify, but not necessarily even from this county. So I would like that qualified and cleared up. And then the other big question that looms, this has been in the works for 15 years, since the beginning. Costs have elevated, as we all know. How affordable will one of these units be, or any of these units be, to folks working here in Cambria who may or may not qualify based on what the cost will be to actually to have one of these residences? I mean, that's an absolutely critical question. How much will it cost to live in one of these units? Depending on the size of the unit. That hasn't been asked, so therefore there's been no answer. And the fact that if you think 104 applicants could be people who'd want to work, who work here and would want to live here, that may not even be the case at all. So maybe Juliana could clarify the applicants, who's on the list, where they're from, and blah, 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 etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. Ms. Wilkie?
Yes, so that's a very good question. Let me clarify so at Schoolhouse Lane, there is 104 applicants. And, we just wanted to share that data with you. That doesn't necessarily mean that those 104 applicants are going to move into Cambria Pines. Regarding Tina's comment in terms of like leasability and who will qualify, that's something that our leasing department will look at, but obviously whoever's applying will need to be income verified to make sure that they meet the income requirements required. So it would all depend if a family or an individual meets all the criteria, whether they're from Cambria or whether they're from another county. That may be the case, but we're going to work with the community to try to ensure that we get the word out as much as possible to have individuals from Cambria apply. But again, everything will be based solely on whether the individual meets the income requirements to qualify to live in a unit. And in terms of the rents that are going to be paid by the families, those rents are set by the state. So I don't have the figures with me. I can give Haley an example of what the tenant rents for a 1 and 2 bedrooms are right now per the state levels. But when this project is finished and hopefully 2029, there will obviously be different rents in in that time. But I can share with Haley to include just what the 1, 2, and 3 bedroom rents will look like, assuming 2026 rents. I hope that answers Tina's questions.
All right.
And I can also leave my email address. So if anyone has any additional questions, they can reach out to me directly and I can answer.
Okay, you can just go ahead and give that to Haley if you wish and pass it on to us. Yes, General Manager McElhaney.
People self-help housing who is on Zoom just raised their hand. So they might be able to add some clarification.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Go right ahead.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes.
We can see you too.
Hi, great. My name is Catherine Aguilar. I'm the Director of Multifamily Housing Development for Peoples. And I just wanted to add some additional information since I'm on the computer screen. I know Juliana doesn't have all the data in front of her. So we do have varying ranges of rent, as low as for a 1 bedroom, $539. That's at a 30% area median income level. So we do have varying ranges from 30% to 40% and can go up to 50%. We've been leasing up projects over the last 70 years. So we do have our own in-house property management, in-house supportive services, and we get the data of who the community is, right? And what rent levels we should set, especially looking at our rent levels next door, right, to the Schoolhouse Lane project and what people can afford. So that's a little bit of how we set our rents. And I know there was a comment about, in maybe a couple years ago, we mentioned that the project was ready to go. As you know, the more time that we take to entitle a project, to get building permits, the more costs increase. And every year we've seen these cost increases, which create a financial gap for our project and making these tax credits that I know we'll send a one-pager because it takes years for us to learn about tax credits. But it makes it really competitive, especially in our rural communities, to get these tax credits because over the last year, we've just seen an influx of people developing in rural communities, unfortunately. Fortunately and unfortunately for us, because it's just getting more competitive for us to get this last bit of money to start construction. So that's why it takes us a couple of years for us to get to a final project. And like Juliana mentioned, we requested additional money from the state to be more competitive so that we can start construction soon. I don't know if there were other questions regarding the rents or AMIs, but in terms of our marketing efforts for all of our projects, we definitely market to the communities that we are going to build in first. So we prioritize marketing in those neighborhoods. We prioritize making sure people on the wait list know, right? We don't have the data, the demographics of if all those people on the wait list are from Cambria, but we do market intentionally for the neighborhood. We can also go outside, right? We typically try to keep it within the neighboring cities, within the county to make sure that people are getting housed from the area. But we can't self-restrict units to only be restricted to Cambria residents because of fair housing laws. Unless there is a jurisdiction requirement that we've signed that says we have to prioritize Cambria residents, that's the only way we can really restrict units. So I just wanted to bring that up as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Catherine.
Catherine, thank you so much. I think you added much more detail that we probably did need, and thank you for doing that, and thank you for being available. I know that I'm about to ask for a motion, or let me just ask if are there any other? Yes, General Manager McElhaney.
Yes, President Farmer, we have iPhone 23 with their hand up.
Okay, I was just going to ask if there was someone else wishing to speak. I think I know who this is, but iPhone 23, go right ahead.
Hi, it's Christina Galloway. Thank you guys. I want to thank the board and Christine and Dennis for just making really fact-based points and comments on this. hopefully it's something that everybody educates themselves in. The argument about motels are visitor serving. They're protected by the Coastal Act. They do not meet housing requirements. So, I mean, most funders know that it's cheaper to build affordable housing than to demolish a motel to meet seismic standards, fire standards, all of that. So that just is a disappointing, conversation that's not really based in any financial fact. I want to thank People Self-Help Housing for not giving up on this development here in Cambria. I know a lot of people want to see more quote unquote desirable families living here. I don't really understand what that means. And aside from the fact that a community with no businesses because they can't afford to have a workforce doesn't really make any sense in terms of desirable families or not. So I just want to express my continued support for this project. I understand that funding is challenging, but this project remains Cambria's strongest and really most viable path forward. And yeah, just to tell People Self-Help Housing to just continue to reach out if there's anything that as a community we can align to support in this attempt at getting these final tax credits. So yeah, that's all from me. But thank you guys.
Thank you, Ms. Calloway. And just want to ask you, as the chair of the North Coast Advisory Council, when is your next meeting?
That is going to be on Wednesday, the 21st of January. 6
All
p.m.
right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You bet. So let me just make a comment here. By the way, Ms. Dotson, do we have any further comments on Zoom?
No.
All right. Thank you. So, Vice President Dean.
Are you ready for a motion?
Well, I was just about to, okay, I'm going to ask for the motion and then I'll make my comment. So, I know I don't want to, so, Mr. Carmel, are we okay with, making this application grant for timing 24 months? Is that substantial? Or should we make it for 36 months to cover the entire project to the end? Which would be most appropriate, do you feel?
That's an item within the board's discretion. Obviously, I think a 3-year extension is a little more generous and gives them more time to do the project and eliminates the need to come back, but either one will work.
All right, thank you. So I will, whoever wishes to make the motion, Vice President Dean, go right ahead.
I move that we approve and grant a 3-year extension, 36 months of the People Self-Help Housing Cambria Pines Affordable Housing Project Intent to Serve letter.
I second.
Cool. We have a motion and a second. Ms. Dotson.
Director Dean,
Aye.
Director Gray,
Aye.
Director Scott,
Aye.
Director Thomas,
Aye.
President Farmer.
Aye. And I just want to make this comment. The two ladies from People Self-Help Housing, they provided all the information we needed to know spontaneously or in the preparation that they gave us. Juliana, I want to thank you for being available, and the lady that was online. And I want to thank the people in the audience who got up and spoke and added to the dynamic of this. And it was an extremely robust and quite enthusiastic discussion on this really important item with regard to housing in the state of California and here in Cambria. And I just want to say that I don't think anybody would have anticipated something quite like this. And thanks to everyone that spoke, and all the best, okay? You bet. All right. I think we can, yes, Vice President, excuse me.
Yeah, we have problems with the electricity. So
Oh, man. So what would you recommend? That we just go to lunch?
maybe a 10
10 minute, well, we're getting close to, okay, a 10-minute break and then we'll come back and
Question.
yes.
I haven't been to one of these meetings in years.
Okay, if you would come up to the microphone and state your name and where you live.
Hi, my name is Kelly Johnson.
Oh, Kelly, of course, I didn't recognize you.
With my
What's
hat
your
on or
dog's
off?
name, by the way?
Johnson.
Okay, Johnson, thank
And
you.
this is Hazel.
Oh, Hazel.
That's the run. I didn't have the agenda in front of me. I wasn't sure when I was supposed to speak, but I would like to speak about the ranch and also the skate park. So if I could take 2 minutes to do that.
What we could do, President Farmer, is Mr. Geary has a report from Facilities and Resources. There's also the General Manager's report. That might be a better time.
Okay, would you mind just sticking around a little bit longer?
I've been here since 10 because I thought public comment was right at the beginning.
And it was.
And well, they did the online and they did the people on paper, but I don't remember saying anybody else have a comment
Maybe that was,
because you were having comments off and on, so I wasn't sure when it was my time. So
yeah, I didn't ask if anybody else in the audience wished to speak when we had public comment in the beginning.
right, that's when I was unsure, so I was waiting and I've been here for almost 2 hours, so.
Yeah, well, so,
Could I just say something very short and brief?
as a former postal carrier, yeah, I'll bend the rules a little bit. Go right ahead, Kelly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, I retired 2 years ago from the post office after 33 years in this town. And I know everybody misses me. I miss my people. So, but that's not why I'm here. Okay, I'm here because my husband and I bought property here in 1980. We moved up here in 1988 with a 1.5 and a 5-year-old. We love the area. We have watched it grow. I met ranchers in the area. I used to gather cattle on horseback with dogs on the Fiscalini Ranch. I've helped purchase the Fiscalini Ranch and support it for years and years and years. I've ridden horses, mountain bikes, and run my dogs there. So when we had purchased the ranch, it was for everybody to enjoy. Dogs off leash. Dogs get along off leash when they're very well trained. If they're controlled, they don't mind. So I respect everybody's respect when we're out there on the ranch. Many dogs are off leash. That's why we go there, to let them run. There's no cars. There's no chance of chasing deer because they're all in town. They're not on the ranch. Deer aren't dumb. So my comment is, down south, I know they allow dogs on certain beaches, which I'd love a beach in town to be able to get onto from 7 in the morning till 9. Dogs can be off leash. If you don't want your dog off a leash, then don't go between 7 and 9. So that's a proposal of making there a time, not just absolutely no dogs off leash. Make it a time where our dogs can gather and have fun like humans. I go back to dogs as children. We have people with children. You go to the park, they're all playing really well in the sandbox. One kid comes, starts throwing sand. What happens? All the other kids scatter and the bad kid stays. So that's what's happening now. I see the good dogs don't have a chance because of a bad apple. So that's my comment on the ranch. My comment. Go ahead.
I realized that you got up and I immediately started the clock.
Stop.
I'm going to request that you, if you can, stick around for Mr. Aguirre's report to comment further, okay, if you don't mind.
Okay. How long is that?
After lunch?
Afternoon?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay, I appreciate you listening to that point. Thank you, board.
It's all right, and I think you probably know how I feel about what you just said, so
Okay, thank you.
thank you. All right.
President Farmer.
So do we, yes.
I'm sorry. I know you were about to talk about a break. I wanted to bring up a couple timing issues. Mr. Clark won't be able to be here till around 12:30, 12:45, when we start discussing the strategic plan. So there's a couple of different things we could do. We could talk about taking lunch a little bit earlier to end right about the time we would address that next agenda item,
Right?
or we could take a break and then move some of the agenda around to accommodate his arrival. I'll leave that up to you, but I thought I'd toss those options out.
Well, I'm going to exert my authority as board president and say, why don't we take an early lunch? And then we'll get back and he'll be available and then we'll go from there. Is everybody okay with that? That's okay. Thank you. Thank you for all that are attending so far. We hope to see you when we return. Usually we take, half hour, 45 minutes, but we'll return at 12:30. And thank you.
Comment him. Meeting. Fucking. I thought I got cut off.
Right, it's 12:32. We're returning from lunch. Thank you for those of you that are here in the audience and also online via Zoom. So oh, here we are. So I think what we're going to do, there was a slight bit of confusion with regard to public comment. And someone wanted to speak on the ranch. So Mr. Aguirre is here, who is the supervisor of facilities and resources and cares for the ranch. So why don't I let you give your report, David, if you don't mind, and then Ms. Johnson, who wanted to speak on something regarding the ranch, she can make her public comment at that time. Is that okay? Thank you. Is General Manager McElhaney, you all right with that?
Absolutely. At your will.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Farmer and the board. Just to cover the bases, what we've been doing, the guys been pretty busy out there. We ended up finishing and completing our 80-foot crossing that we ended up doing down at the end of the Dolphin Bench. We ended up doing that basically in one day. We got it completed. And then a couple days later, we came out with the crusher sand just to divert some of the water that was coming before the rains. So that way it didn't affect it at all. That one's been working out pretty well since we put it in. Been out there to double check it, and the guys check it every time they go out and patrol. The one by the ranch hand crossing there, the 30-footer, that one there is doing great. They're holding up, they're doing their job, so that's the main thing. We are looking into a couple other different things and working with the FFRP and them in other areas that are of concern. I know out there's a couple piles of trees that have come down. We have them piled up because we're getting ready to haul them out once everything gets dried in the back. I know they're at the very end next to Victoria Way. We're going to be pulling those. We ended up chipping all the miscellaneous and small pieces. So that was a good thing. We ended up using those for the trails to keep more or less everybody's feet pretty dry on that. I know there's more. There's been several things going on out there with the mushrooms. We've been out as the guys patrol, and same with myself. There's still a lot of harvesting going on out there. The guys and myself, we've actually kind of backed off of it because it's getting redundant. It's every day. I mean, you turn around and talk to like 5 or 6 different people and you're just chasing the dog's tail. So we've kind of backed off a little bit of certain individuals that are repeatedly come out there. I know we can turn around and get them, kick them off the ranch and stuff of that nature, but it's just not knowing. I don't know what they're doing or what their capabilities at that point. So my guys and we've actually taken a step back from that and just let it take its course for the rest of the year. East Ranch, I know I ended up working with Los Olivos, with Patrick Olo, in regards of certain pine or Monterey pines. They are Monterey pines after I confirmed with them and double checked them. They were dropped off on Tuesday. So I have 21 of those inside of our yard. What those were the ones that were in the community that were literally going to be Christmas trees for other people and stuff of that nature. They are still in the pots. So what they're doing, he ended up donating them to the CCSD after finding that we were interested in them. So we'll be able to put them out on the ranch. So next week, we're going to be starting to plant them. I did walk around with one of the members of pros. I had a conversation with Michael Thomas in regards of the location of them. Just confirming that it was all going to work within the floodplains and the ideas of where things are going to be placed once the park continues from that point. These trees are 6 feet tall, so they are developed. That's a big thing. So we don't have to do too much with them, but we will be watering them roughly about every week or 2 weeks. It depends on the moisture content in the ground. And that's one thing we're going to be doing, monitoring. Let's see, the public bathrooms, maglocks. So they've been on order. So I'm waiting for those to come in. Paso Robles Lock is going to be the one installing it with Cambria Electric. So they're talking about roughly at the end of February to have it installed and most likely up and running. I give them maybe the second week of March, just the way that the weather is and times things work out with that. We also have painting scheduled for this building, the interior. Have that set up for March 10th, 2nd through the 10th, I believe it is, to turn around and do the whole interior that we anticipated. The floors are going to be starting. That was one of the big things we're going to be get moving here on the first week of February. The roof, that's still scheduled for right around the 16th of February. So there's got quite a bit of movement, which is really appreciated here in the Vets Hall and it'll show. That's basically everything that we've been up to. Just monitoring everything for the winter. The guys have been, like I said, monitoring the trees and some of the outflows that we have out on the ranch. That's basically everything. It's been pretty quiet this year, which is unusual. Yeah, should be it.
David or Mr. Gary? Well, David, I want to thank you for the report. And I just want to mention, I'm the liaison for Friends of the Fiscally Ranch Preserve, so I attend their meetings and then report on them. And I just want to let people know that one of the comments that have been made recently at the meetings themselves are how much positive feedback people with FFRP are getting from the community with regard to the appearance of the ranch and the things that you and your crew have been doing. So I just wanted to pass that on to you.
Thank you. I know there's mixed reviews with everything that we do out there, with everything that goes on in the facilities and resource, but I really appreciate that.
It's all right. Well, we understand what mixed reviews are all about up here on the board. So, and sitting to my right as well. Someone wanted to make a comment, public. Excuse me. Director Scott would like to address Mr. Aguirre. Go right ahead.
Thank you, President Farmer. So I'm a little concerned about backing off of the mushroom harvesters. So why do we not want people to harvest mushrooms? And I think the answer is because they're not supposed to be doing that based on what the policies are. But is there any other way to so if it's the same people that are doing it over and over again, can we cite them or anything like that?
With the new policy that we have with our citations, we could in that category because we do one of the things that we've started doing with our guys when they come through the Santa Rosa entrance, that's the main entrance where everybody goes through.
Mhm.
They basically photo the cars that are there.
Oh,
And so when we go on the ranch, we do notice that there's certain individuals, and we've sat back and monitoring which one vehicles are getting into. And we've already talked to the sheriffs, and they said, you know, we've been round and round with them. We'll give them license plate numbers, stuff of that nature, and, you know, basically illegally harvesting because they don't have permission from any of us in the CCSD. My concern, you know, maybe these are experienced people, you know, with those types of things.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's just the unknown, you know, the poisonous that are in them.
Well, that's my concern is,
Correct.
you know, I mean, if they're not supposed to be doing it and then they do it and then they die, then
that's
yeah, no. And then somehow we have some responsibility in the fact that we didn't intervene.
Yes, correct. And the one thing that we've kind of noticed, and it'll back up some of the stuff. When we go out on the ranch, because we have our gator, you cannot miss that thing. It's making noise. That's where you find most of them turn around and walk back up to the trails. They get back on there. You already know that it's a little suspicious that they're walking around with rubber gloves and a backpack or a trash bag. I mean, it's quite obvious. I mean, it's one of those things you're just like, you know, hey, I've already talked to you. You know, we don't condone it. We don't appreciate this because it's the ecosystem that's out there and you're trouncing on other things. So, you know, just refrain from it. That's the only thing we can do is have a conversation with them, you know, and I'll cover something else on that too. With the dog on leash is the same thing. I know we have a policy there and you know, every time we come around, we do see dogs running around. I mean, not every dog. I mean, there's times where I'm sitting at the gate waiting for a contractor to come in to do some work. Lady walks 20 feet in front of me, lets her golden retriever off, and it's running through the brush chasing the birds. And I'm sitting there, you know, I turn her, honk the horn, and I started walking over there. And basically she goes, you know, you guys are never out, or very seldom are you guys out here to do anything about it. So, and plus she goes, it's nature. That's what we do. And, you know, let our dogs run, and this is where we can take them. And I'm like, you know, it happens quite a bit. Just went back and talked to the guys today. They said they had two dogs turn around and do the same thing up to them. You know, they took off through the brush, and he's like, well, wait a minute. There's a carcass up there between the ridge trail and the one that goes below it. I forget what the name is, on over by Huntington. There's a carcass up there. It's been there for 4 days. And that's the whole thing with the mountain lion that's out here. They're coming back in. And I know, there's wildlife out there, which is great, but with the dogs, they have given out, and same with people. I mean, everything's got pushed out of the ranch. We're not as full in there as we should, just like with the turkeys and the deer and the squirrels and the birds and stuff, which I completely understand. People need to let their dogs run. And I know the dog park is there in East Ranch, and it's real easy. But like I said, once we turn around and come on the ranch, everybody usually grabs their dogs and put them on a leash. We watch them from afar, and it's just like, what do we want to achieve? You know, citing on our forms, they can give us any name. They can do anything on there. It asks for their name and address. It doesn't mean we have to turn around and confirm with their driver's license or anything else. How many people walk out there with their driver's license? I mean, it's stuff of that nature. It's kind of for my guys and myself, we're kind of like right in the middle, but we do mention it at times where we find it's appropriate, where there's a big gap in between people and their dogs. It's like, hey, thanks for putting it back on the leash, when we turn around and pass them. But we're in the mix, but I know there's quite a bit that's being questioned on that. And I know it's a policy that's been in since October of 22, and that was before my time. Yeah. So yeah, that's anything else?
Yeah, and I'll follow up with that Mr. Geary and his crew, they're in a tough spot. We have established municipal codes, and I understand the public, especially those with highly trained dogs and that desire to have them off the leash and walk with them. And there are some bad actors out there who we've had dog bites and dog attacks and dogs attacking dogs and someone who lost a finger. And, there's just a lot of those things that happen that can create some liability for the district. I mean, if there's a desire at the board level, to make amendments to the municipal code, things that's what would have to happen for us to not enforce it, and I don't think Mr. Geary enjoys being the Fiscalini Ranch police officer, so it's a tough spot for everybody.
Yeah.
But I empathize with some of the public comment.
Thank you, Mr. McElhaney. Yes, Director Gray.
Yeah, thank you, President Farmer. Getting back to mushrooms, I'm wondering, since you seem to have ascertained there's like a small number of people doing it all the time, and they come here. This isn't purely amateur, non-commercial operation, is it? I mean, I don't know how you can pin it down and you can find the people who are doing, but if it's commercial, of course, it violates the easement of the ranch and it's illegal. So I don't know if there's any way you can ascertain where these mushrooms are, who's selling the mushrooms or where they're being distributed or whatever. But I would think that might be a possible angle. I guess you go through the county.
I've conversated with the sheriff's department. They said it's a widespread right now, just the way everything is with the wetness and stuff. They get tons of different calls of private property, people going out and harvesting early mornings or late evenings and out there with the headlamps, turn around and picking what they can off of private property. And I know that's the one thing everybody conversates, you can turn around and get a permit from whoever it is, and you're up to, I believe it's 2 or 3 pounds, I think it is, allowed allotment on that, as long as you have permission, and I don't know, I know our policy says no on there. So it's just, like I said, it's just it's a little harder to patrol and maintain, even talking to the sheriff's department. And we do have signs out there that prohibits. We have them posted at every entrance. At the FFRP, Mrs. Conley, she turned around and printed some off and labeled them or laminated them for us so we can turn around and post them out there. And that's what we did. I mean, we're putting it out there. It's just, it's like the speed limit. Either you follow it or you don't. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Director Gray. David, there's a member of the community that wanted to make a public comment with regard to the ranch. So I'm going to let her get up now and speak, if that's okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Right. Ms. Johnson?
Kelly Johnson again in Hazel. I already basically went over what I wanted to cover earlier about the ranch. And like I said, when we moved here years ago, and even up to 15, 20 years ago, after the community purchased the ranch, we were all allowed to be out there and ride our bikes with our dogs off leash, walk with our dogs off leash, because we're trying to get exercise too. So I know everybody says, if you want your dog off a leash, take it to the dog park. Well, how much exercise do I get there? So a dog off a leash, I can walk a mile, and a dog off a leash will run and come back, check back and run and check back, and they'll do 3 miles. And so they're more tired when I get home than walking a human pace. And most dogs that I encounter on a leash 24/7, they're frustrated. So, if you know anything about dog psychology, it's not big. A dog needs to hear a word 2,000 times with a meaning before it becomes rogue. So when you tell your dog to sit 2,000 times without actually having to do it, it means nothing to him. So there is good dog training, and there's controlling a dog with pinch collars and harnesses and all that stuff. I just find it very hard that in the past, when the community purchased the ranch, the rules were for the people of Cambria. Now we're trying to enforce the incoming population with the aggro dogs, without the aggro dogs. I don't know what the solution is. I feel for the people who work out there. There are certain places where I allow my dogs to chase. I have 2, but my other one's with my husband, to run and chase and run. I mean, there's coyotes out there, there's foxes, there's bobcats, there's mountain lions. They all run around and poop and do all that stuff. Why can't a normal little dog go out and do that? So I'm trying to be a responsible pet owner by giving my dog exercise, not penning it up in a yard where I have 4 people in our neighborhood. All their dogs do are bark because they never get out of the yard. And when they do, they're pulling the people down the street. I have friends with golden retrievers. They don't even let near water because, they get dirty. Well, it's a golden retriever. It's got to run and swim. So no wonder it's frustrated and barking in your backyard for hours. So anyway, that's my dog thing. The next thing I wanted to comment on is the skate park. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Kelly. It's my fault. I should have let you know that there's only 3 minutes for public comment.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know that. Okay.
All right, so you've got a little
Like
over 40
sit down and come back.
No, well.
Okay.
No, just go
So
ahead.
that, anyway.
40 seconds.
Okay, so the skate park. I moved here when my kids were 1.5 years and 5, and my son has always been into scooters. Well, now he's 43. He's got 2 kids. My daughter has 2 kids. They have been looking so forward to the skateboard park for years. And we have donated hundreds of dollars to the skateboard park. And the last meeting I was at, I heard the reason it's being postponed is a bathroom. Harvey's Honey Hut donates bathrooms for things like this. Why can't we get our skateboard park built with outhouses and then work on getting a flushing toilet? Anyway, I just hope we can get a skateboard park done before my grandchildren are parents. Thank you.
You bet. Well, thank you, Ms. Johnson. I just want to mention, by the way, that, this item has come up for discussion numerous times. And with regard to the restroom, there's a hang up with FEMA. And that's one of the reasons that, number one, it's taking a while to do the restroom. And that's number 2, the reason that we're having to do a restroom. So just thought I'd let you know.
I'll make one more comment. We're all concerned about water and all that stuff. And I was up at Hearst Castle in November.
Okay.
They've shut down all their bathrooms. They're outhouses. That's a state facility. So I don't understand.
We understand. We don't. We unfortunately don't make state and federal regulations.
Your hands are tied.
And then I believe the General Manager McElhaney would like to comment as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, just some quick clarification. I understand the desire for the honey huts. It's a county requirement that there be a permanent restroom there. And so that is a county requirement for the construction of skate park.
For just constructing.
Correct.
Wow. That's kind of silly, but okay.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for your report, Mr. Aguirre. And I'm sure your crew are out there enjoying the sunshine. So, oh, do you have public comment on Zoom?
Yes, Tina Dickinson.
I'm not laughing at you, Tina.
Thank you, President Farmer. I think it would be helpful if people understood that it's not really up to the CCSD regarding a leash law. The San Luis Obispo County, under County Code 9.08.020, leash law for unincorporated areas of the county do require that dogs be on a leash. And I mean, I'm looking at the law right here, A and B, and that is the law. And so whether the CCSD thinks they could even do anything about it, it's over their the county code is over their head. So, and I believe we have this posted on the entrances to the Fiscalini Ranch at different locations. I see it every time I walk out. There's a sign with the county ordinance, the law. And so, you know, while people may want to do certain things, there are laws that prevent them from doing it. And so I would suggest that maybe people pay attention to what the county has to say about this because it is the law. And so the other thing that was mentioned, about the skate park, I just wish we could get more updates on where it is. Where is the engineer with People's Restroom Company on the design and all that is required to send to the county building department? Where is Mr. Soto at this point in time? We're not getting updates, and we sure were getting updates every time money was needed. There was no end to it. Now that's been done since the end of August, and here we are going into the middle of January. So I would appreciate having a report that has some clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickinson. Did you wish to respond at all, General Manager McElhaney?
I'd be happy to, President Farmer. There was a update in my GM report last month, which essentially is no update because we're still waiting on engineering calculations. Aaron, Mr. Spahn, still had not submitted his design changes to Monty Soto, which he has now received, and those are being worked into the permitting process. PRC has what they need to finish the engineering calculations, and we're waiting for those. Once we receive those, we will have what we need to submit to the county. Mrs. Dodson and I have completed the draft of an RFP that we'll send to council and eventually send to our consultants who will be managing the RFP process. We're still on track for the board's direction, which was once we have everything, weather permitting, to go out to RFP. We've already been given that direction. So once we go out to RFP, receive the results, select the most appropriate bidder, we'll bring it forward to the board in the first quarter of 2026, which is right on pace with what's already been directed to staff.
Thank you very much.
Can I chime in a couple extra things too? So in parallel, while we're working with the engineering and the permitting process, we're also getting that new service with PG&E, which is Title 24 is required for that. So we're working with PRC to obtain operating in parallel. We're not trying to put one foot in front of the other. This is all trying to happen at the same time. So we are working expeditiously on this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Green. You might want to lower. Oh, okay. Never mind. All right. Thank you for that discussion. Yes, Director Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Farmer, and apologies for the late comment. But one idea that's been percolating in my mind regarding Ms. Johnson's comments. I mean, it's pretty clear there's no scenario where the world opens up and says the Fiscal Ranch Preserve is now open to dogs off leash roaming. But it gets me thinking when my daughter brings our grand dogs to town. We love that dog park near Toro Creek. I'm not dog park, but the section of beach.
Dog Beach.
Yeah, Dog Beach. Just love that area. It gets me thinking about the stretches of sand we have up north, and so I've got no mental plan, but I would just say, do feel free to send me an email. I'm by emails on the website, and I'll help brainstorm. It just sounds like that would be a beautiful thing for this town. I've got no ideas of barriers and what it would take, but to me, that's more practical than opening up dogs roaming on the ranch. But it's a real need, and I recognize that. Thank you, Mr. Farmer.
I just want to comment on what Director Thomas just said with regard to walking dogs on the beach, let's say at Moonstone or whatever. Anything that is state park area, you can't walk your dog, and I can guarantee you the fine is fairly substantial. So not that I've gotten one, but I know people that have. So using caution there is probably an important thing to do. And I believe Vice President Dean has a comment as well.
Thank you, President Farmer. I do believe I've been told, I don't have a dog, so I haven't gone and looked for it, but I've had people tell me that the beach up there by the pier, the San Simeon Pier, there's a section of it that's not state parks that a dog is allowed to run.
Yeah, north of the pier, actually, there's a creek that comes out just north of the pier, and north of where that creek is Hearst property, and they allow dogs being walked off leash, but use caution if you're further south of that. All right, I guess we probably discussed that enough. But for those of us that have dogs, it's always an important discussion, so to speak. All right, let's move on. Mr. Clark is here, so let's move to item 6B, discussion and consideration regarding the district's strategic plan workshop coming up shortly. General Manager McElhaney.
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda item 6B, discussion and consideration regarding the district's strategic plan workshop. There's no fiscal impact associated with this item. Attached is the CCSD strategic planning process ad hoc committee report, and it outlines the plan structure for the annual strategic planning workshop, including its timing and logistics. As outlined in the report, the strategic planning workshop will be held as a special meeting of the board with public input on the last Monday in February 23rd. And I think there's going to be some changes in that discussion today after our most recent agenda review meeting. With that, it's recommended the board of directors discuss and consider the following: the workshop planning process sessions, the scope, minor updates, facilitation, and the agenda in coordination with the confidential administrative assistant. And with that, we have Mr. Clark here, and I'll turn it over to the board.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Clark, would you like to come forward and let us know what's up with the strategic plan from your viewpoint?
President Farmer, again, I feel honored to be able to do this strategic planning meeting with you. And whatever agenda you choose to select to be good at, and we'll handle it like we have in the past. I would like you to consider a couple things as we go in. And as this is a minor review, but this is also an election year. Presently, we have 32 years of experience on the board. I'd like to go into the minor review of looking forward into the strategic goals to make sure we have all the thoughts. We may never have 32 years of experience again. And we also hit another first with the staff, where they're going on their third year. And we were getting the results of a 3-year staff. So I think we should concentrate on the strategic goals a little bit more. The SWOT items are important, but those two are the items I would like to concentrate on. But March 2nd works. I'm here till then, so I'm ready. Looking forward to it.
All right, and I believe we're all looking forward to you being involved as well. So, so let's hear from the ad hoc committee for the strategic planning process. Vice President Dean and Director Thomas, would you like to comment at all?
We were the ad hoc committee. Are we still the ad hoc committee, or are we reappointing an ad hoc committee?
Yeah, that ad hoc committee was adjourned, sunsetted, I believe, on completion of the process that we established and the board approved some maybe at least 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Always willing to serve, but I don't believe there's currently a active ad hoc committee.
All right, well, where have I been, right? So would members of the board like to address this issue right now with regard to the upcoming strategic planning workshop? Yes, Director Gray.
Yeah, thank you, President Farmer. I'll start out. Yeah, I was looking at the report of the strategic planning process ad hoc committee back from 2023. And I remember that when we went ahead and did the strategic planning process in the following year, and I was president, we made some changes from this because it was even though it was a major review, some of the things that some of the scheduling I think was compressed, as I recall, for receiving comment and the timing of meetings and stuff like that. So I don't know if we have anything that's more recent as a template we can use for the scheduling of things. The general outline I think is going to remain the same, but the time frame we have now, of course, obviously we're at first of all, there were 2 meetings a month when that report was done. Now there's 1. We're at the January meeting. We'd have to have a special meeting to do exactly what was done according to this plan. So I think we need to do some scheduling work to make sure everything gets done by March 2nd properly. Otherwise, and I agree with Mr. Clark about the emphasis on, looking at all the ideas and insights that have been gleaned by the staff and the board as the most important maybe part of this session this time around in developing future goals and objectives and reviewing what we've done so far. But I would say I'd focus right at this point on the scheduling, if it's makes sense to you.
Thank you, Director Gray. If I can interject, we did discuss at agenda review yesterday that we were moving forward with the taking in of public input on the strategic plan on the February 12th agenda. And then the special meeting on March 2nd is where the public again would be allowed one more opportunity to apply or give public comment. And then we move into the strategic planning workshop. So as of now, we haven't scheduled, at least from the agenda review side with the president and vice president, district council, we have not scheduled a special meeting. We were just going to do February 12th and March 2nd.
Yeah, and we want to make that clear because in the past, when we initially began the strategic planning workshops, we usually set a specific day aside about a week before the workshop. So hopefully everybody will understand the process now with regard to just doing it at either the regular February 12th meeting or the meeting itself for strategic planning on the 2nd of March. So any now
I just want to comment briefly. It sounds like from what the agenda review, what you and Vice President Dean have done and General Manager McElhaney, it sounds like you've done that compression of the schedule that I was talking about. So it sounds like that work has been completed, and maybe Vice President Dean has something to say about that too.
Yeah, we discussed at great length whether we should have another special meeting prior to that, but we decided, or we talked about the fact that we're going to ask for public comment, written public comment and verbal public comment by February 12th. And just have an opportunity for public comment at the beginning of the meeting rather than having another special meeting. And in the past, the ad hoc committee has taken the input from the public and from the staff And I think we did it from employees too, didn't we? Or did we? Yeah, on the what do you call it? Analysis. Yeah.
Yeah, the SWOT analysis.
SWOT. Yeah, I was trying to think of that. Thank you. On the SWOT analysis, and then helped condense it down so that if you had 10 people commenting the same thing, we condensed it down to one sentence and then put them in the order of how important it seemed to be to the public. So I'm assuming that that's what the ad hoc committee will be doing this time, assisting Ms. Dotson with the coordinating of all the input of the public comment.
Absolutely, if that's what the board would like. I'm not sure if you want to do a SWOT analysis for a minor update or leave those for major updates, but that's totally up to the board, and we're happy to work with the ad hoc in any form.
Go ahead.
Director Scott, you wish to make a comment?
Of course. So for the last strategic planning process, I was the president, and so I kind of made some changes that we did. One of the things was we compressed and made sure that people had an opportunity to make comments at the previous board meeting for strategic planning process, and then at the strategic planning meeting. The other thing we did was we gathered information from the staff, because we really felt like the staff were the ones who could give us the information that we needed. So I kind of did that on my own. I wasn't an ad hoc, but I did that, and it seemed to work really well. And in fact, the staff loved being able to give us that information. So I would volunteer to be on the ad hoc to do whatever planning needs to happen, unless the president and vice president would like to do that instead of me.
Oh, Vice President Dean, I think you have a suggestion in this order, right?
Well, I was going to recommend that we ask Director Scott and Director Gray to be the ad hoc committee.
I was also reflecting on what Director Scott was saying, and having one of the members of the Agenda Review Committee would also be helpful. So that kind of leans towards the two of you. Getting Director Graham in the mix would also be great. That would increase the involvement, but if you were plugged in, then one of the members of the agenda development, twosome, and President Scott would be a really logical force. And there is a lot. I mean, it's like watching the duck on the water. There's a lot of work under the water as that duck is moving along. And tip of the iceberg analogy as well. There's a lot of work to bring that to the board. Yeah. I know last year at this point, we had taken this table, the annual planning calendar on page 148. We had gone through that, and each of those items, President Scott and I had defined how we're going to do that this year. And yeah, there's a bit of refinement in each year. And so that, this table by itself is just the process, if you will, but it's not the actual date, right, and it doesn't fit what we're exactly going to do. Also comments regarding the strategic goals and the importance of we've gathered input on strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats from the public and from the directors. That's organized, and then we look at that, but we go about saying, oh, now what are the goals and objectives? And those are not linked up as tightly as a transmission on that on any of our CCSD trucks. It's pretty loosely connected. The SWOT, it's good. I've seen 3 or 4 of them now. There's not that much new information that comes. We know the strengths of the staff, the strengths of we know the weaknesses of our inability to grow the number of customers, therefore our limitation on rates. We know that the threats of global warming and the climate. The same SWOT, come up every year. They won't have changed much. It's still a useful exercise, but to Mr. Clark's point of find a way to put more energy, time, and focus on defining the goals and objectives. Because literally we'd spent hours, days of work and then hours of meeting time wording the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And then okay, now what are our goals? And they weren't that tightly connected. They need to be informed by, but that's my comments.
President Farmer.
Director Scott, you wish to comment again?
Yeah, I just want to respond. We didn't do SWOT last year. I asked questions that were kind of like that.
We did.
Well, not with the staff. We didn't do SWOT with the staff.
Yeah,
we did.
We did.
We did questions. It wasn't strengths, weaknesses. Yeah.
I believe we did. I think we revised the questionnaire that we sent to the board, but we revised it for management staff.
Right.
And sent it out.
Right. That's what I'm saying. We revised the questionnaire. Yeah. We didn't do a clean SWOT.
I'll double check, Director Scott.
Yeah.
I think we took the questionnaire and then I may have, and I might still have the document in my email, I have to search.
Yeah.
I may have reframed it into a SWOT analysis through those questionnaires, but I'll double check.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah.
I have it in mind too, so we'll put our heads together.
Do some digging.
If Vice President Dean and I are put on an ad hoc, we'll make sure it works good.
Because I think my presentation from the staff was built in a SWOT format. So I'll pull the PowerPoint. So I think my presentation on staff's input was built into a SWOT analysis.
Okay.
So I'll pull that PowerPoint up and then I'll advise.
Okay.
Well, if it means anything, I believe it's the board president supposed to assign the ad hoc committee. So the two ladies to my left and right, they are it. Thank you. Thank you both for serving. Or was it supposed to be you, Director Gray?
I was going to say, I was wanted to comment. I was, as much as I'd love to develop a new SWOT analysis summary. No, I'd love to. One reason to have the vice president as part of this is she's part of the agenda review, and this is an agenda review adjacent and a linked activity. So you want to make sure everything's kind of in sync. So Vice President Dean would be kind of the liaison between the ad hoc committee's process and the agenda review process. I think it's an important thing to have. Of course, Dr. Scott's a perfect person because she's an ex-president. She's the most recent president. I think it's a great idea. I mean, I had a question too I had a comment taking off from, if you don't want to indulge me a little longer, from Director Thomas talking about the SWOT analysis, and he commented that they haven't changed much. The SWOT analysis has been very constant and very static over the last, almost since the beginning. There's not that much more to say. I'm inclined, and I think Mr. Clark would probably go with this, just not having it this time, having input, say staff input, based on a questionnaire that the general manager creates, and having the board do the same thing, just fairly wide-ranging comments about areas that need the most attention, something like that. So instead of the SWOT analysis, which tends to be a fairly extensive process when it's actually done in the usual way.
Okay, we still need to have public comment and organize that as well, but maybe not necessarily do it like a SWOT analysis, just ask for public input. Right. Yeah, okay.
And since we're talking about public comment, And obviously we're discussing the fact it's going to be at the regular meeting in February and then the special strategic planning meeting. Are we going to allow the public, and I guess this kind of answers its own question, allow the public to, let's say, provide some written material, send us an email with suggestions? Are we going to be encouraging that or not?
Well, we're going to have a written public comment as well, correct? Is that what you mean by an email? Yeah. Yeah. And then and they'll have an opportunity for public comment at the beginning of the strategic planning session, but not during the strategic planning session.
Right. I think we've already made that clear. I wanted to clarify the opportunity for people that maybe can't come to a meeting for whatever restriction they're working or something. Would people be allowed to make comment like online?
Thank you, President Farmer. So last year we built a web page in which the community could go to
Right.
and address all those questions on the web page. There's also email and public comment.
Okay, so we'll be doing that again.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Is there any for Director Thomas? You still have your light on? Do you want to say something?
Oh, thank you, President Farmer. Yeah, I had turned it off and now it's on again. So yes, but reflecting on this, I think we're heading the right direction. And yes, if, you know, each prior year, staff had created a very useful web interface for the public, and I see us maybe doing that a bit differently this year. And it sounds like rather than the SWOT, the key questions I might suggest. And given that this is a minor update, we're not updating the mission or vision or core values or the core areas, but we would say, what changes would you suggest in the strategic goals? Any refinements, any additions, any changes in the strategic goals? And in support of those, what should we do? Put it in simple terms, because the next level down, objectives and supporting actions, I mean, these are just things that we're going to do to achieve those goals. So just ask the community, what needs to be done? What changes? What additional actions should the district take to achieve these goals? I think that would be a great input.
All right. Thank you, Director Thomas. Do we have any further discussion on the strategic planning workshop? Director Gray.
Only to say that I think with the comments that have been made regarding the changes or the direction for the new workshop are kind of could hopefully function as guidance for the subcommittee or the ad hoc committee, so that they can take those into account in preparing the agenda. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. Do we have any public comment either here in the room or online with regard to our discussion? Yes, Mr. Clark.
I agree with your entire conversation. You're in the right direction. It's part of the evolution of the process. And I look forward to seeing you on March 2nd. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dotson, anybody online?
Dennis Duchek would like to speak, but no one has raised their hand online.
Okay. Yes, Dennis, go right ahead. Mr. Duchek, excuse me.
Thank you, President Farmer. I'd like to say that I think the directions you're headed in terms of streamlining the process to focus on what we've learned. We've got as Mr. Clark pointed out, this board is exceptionally experienced as a group, and that's unusual for CCSD. And it's also unusual to have a staff that's hung together for 3 years and matured with the board. So I think the approach you're taking, which is to minimize some of the, pardon the expression, philosophical discussion and maximize the discussion on, as President Farmer said, what actions do we need to take now to better achieve the goals and objectives of our strategic plan. And the only area I would differ in terms of the SWOT analysis is when you look at elements such as maintenance, things change. There are new things that have come up in this past year that the staff is going to be able to illuminate, such as the metering situation has improved dramatically. The understanding of our use of water, our losses of water, those kinds of things have changed. So all of those factors, I think we want to really give the staff the opportunity to say, here are the things that have changed over the last few years, and here are the things that we would like you to focus on going forward, and have the public an opportunity to reinforce, comment on, et cetera. So yeah, no question. I appreciate that written comments will be requested early. And one other point I would like to make, though, although I appreciate the fact that prior to November of 2023, I was not a resident. We were not residents of Cambria. So my comments prior to that, the years prior to that, were as a non-resident, and I appreciate that had different impact. However, one of the things that I would like to suggest, when you distill down comments that folks make in writing and put them in a table, and that's the only input that gets carried forward, you lose a lot. My experience is you lose a lot of what's in there. So I would like to suggest avoiding putting together summaries of, these are the 10 comments that came in, and putting them in a little paragraph, because typically those comments are going to be much longer than a paragraph. So I'd like to see everybody's comments brought in as written. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the suggestion. So getting back to, pardon me, with regard to this agenda item, I think it's pretty much been discussed to its completion. Or Director Gray, you want to say something else? No, it's all right. You wanted to go ahead.
I don't know if I was going to ask, I guess there's one item of consideration having to do with, I think, the scheduling, the March 2nd date. Has that been adopted yet so that would be one thing I think we'd have to have a motion on, right? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay. I appreciate you bringing that up, because I'm looking at discussion and consideration. I'm thinking, well, what are we considering? What are we actually voting on? So it would be when suggestions are going to be made by the public, and when the exact date is going to be for the strategic plan. Is that what we're considering? Is that what we're voting on?
I would defer to Mr. Carmel, but my understanding is that we would set the strategic planning dates, establish an ad hoc, direct staff to work with the ad hoc. Mr. Carmel?
I think that's correct. I think the ad hoc's been established.
All right. So in that regard,
and the facilitator, I apologize.
And the facilitator.
Mm-hmm.
So would everybody like to make a motion on what our legal counsel and our general manager just said?
I'd be delighted.
You'd be delighted. I think so. You're making a motion, Director Thomas, and?
Thank you, President Farmer. I move that we establish the special meeting for the strategic planning workshop Monday, March 2nd as a special meeting, considering that the public input will occur as part of the February 12th regular meeting, that we are planning to have Dick Clark as the workshop facilitator, and appreciate the good fortune to have his expert facilitation and appoint an ad hoc committee of directors, Dean and Scott, to work with staff and the facilitator to prepare the workshop agenda.
Second.
Ms. Dotson, did you get that? I'm sorry, just making a silly joke there.
I did. Do you need me to read it back?
No.
Okay.
Could we have a vote, please, Ms. Dotson?
Director Thomas,
Aye.
Director Gray,
Aye.
Director Scott,
Aye.
Vice
Aye.
President Farmer.
Aye, thank you. Let's move on to item 6C, receiving a report from the Climate Action Plan Ad Hoc Committee and providing direction to staff. And yes. Oh, sure. Sure. And yeah, just put your microphone on. That's okay. All right, yeah, let's go ahead and move on to 60. Thank you for bringing that up. So discussion and consideration to fill a vacant seat on the Finance Committee. I'll let General Manager McElhaney start this off, and then we'll let Director Scott comment.
Thank you, President Farmer. As stated, agenda item 6D, discussion and consideration to fill a vacant seat on the Finance Committee meeting. There's no direct financial impact associated with this. However, staff time will be required minimal to support the recruitment onboarding of the new committee member and ongoing committee administration. We had a vacant seat arise on October 20th, 2025, when Mr. McCann resigned from the Finance Committee meeting. And with that, we opened that up for applications. And from here, I will turn it over to Director Scott.
Thank you very much, General Manager McElhaney. We have 2 applications, and it's been about, I don't know, almost 6 months since we had anyone appointed to this committee. So we do have our first application is Ms. McDowell. She has been on the committee, or she had been on the committee for quite a while. And we also have an application from Jerry Main. He is here. So once he comes up and introduces himself, then I'd like to make a few comments after that.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'll reintroduce myself as Dr. Jerry Main. I've lived here for more than 50 years. I've run several businesses during my life, which have all been successful. Accounting and evaluation of finances is part of my life and general success. I have 5 advanced degrees, and I think I could be an asset to this committee, and you get some new blood on the committee for the first time.
Thank you, Mr. Main. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Main since he is here? All right, thank you.
Director Gray, your light's on. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. You may be seated.
Welcome.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Main.
So what I'd like to say is that this committee has a really important role, and the people that are on the committee right now have a really good understanding of what the role of the committee is. I would encourage whoever gets appointed to this committee to review the policies and procedures regarding the committee and the role of the committee, because it's really important that that person comes to the committee with an open mind and then be able to really add to the discussions that we have. So my recommendation would be that we appoint Jerry Main to the Finance Committee. And I'm open for any questions from any of you.
Well, since it doesn't appear that anyone has any questions, could we take what you just said as a motion as well?
Unless you first want to ask for public comment.
Oh, that's right. Do we have any public comment on this item, either here in the room or online?
No.
All right, thank you.
Yes, you may take it as a motion then.
All right, would someone like to second that motion?
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second, so Ms. Dotson?
Director Scott,
Aye.
Director Gray,
Aye.
Director Thomas,
Aye.
Vice President Dean,
Aye.
President Farmer.
Aye. All right, now we're going to move back to the final item, actually, now of regular business and receiving the report from the Climate Action Plan. So, General Manager McEnany?
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda item 6C, receive report from Climate Action Plan Ad Hoc Committee and provide direction to staff. So I'll ad lib here with the staff report a little bit. So when staff was initially directed to work with the ad hoc on a climate action / adaptation plan, we met with the ad hoc a couple times and we started looking at it from what the CCSD has been doing as it applies to our impacts on the environment. And so we started looking at what we're doing with EV vehicles, paper usage, going digital with the board, electricity usage, changing out to LED lights where we can. And so we created this outline of kind of the actions that we're taking as a district. And then ultimately we wanted to come back to the board and get further direction on where we want to go from here. Because this isn't really a true climate adaptation plan. I had a long conversation with Director Gray and Director Thomas. And, you know, when we look at an adaptation plan, that's a more robust plan. And it takes a look at some of the issues that we face as a district with climate change. So threats to our water supply, drought resiliency, the rising tides, right? Sea level rise, our wastewater plant location, aging infrastructure, and wildfire threat. And so sometimes when we take a look at these adaptation plans, they're coming from larger cities. Director Thomas did a really good job of searching on the CSD website and reaching out on the forums there to find out if any special district has an adaptation plan. And honestly, I think it was the district in Ramona was looking at it, but we couldn't find a special district with an adaptation plan. And it's probably because of our limited scope. You know, we only have, I mean, we as a special district have quite a bit of principal powers compared to other districts that are just associated with water and wastewater. So ultimately, we wanted to bring this action plan outline that we created forward to the board to see if that would suffice or if there was further discussion about potentially contracting with a consultant to create an adaptation plan. And we really don't know what that would cost. I imagine it would cost less than a lot of our bigger cities because of our smaller area. And so this is purely an estimate of if that's the way the board would like to go. One benefit of having an adaptation plan is in grant seeking. So when we look at the state and federal level, when we talk about an adaptation plan and going for adaptation type grants for our infrastructure or wildfire protection, it helps to have an adaptation plan. That investment is worth it, you know, as we seek grants. It's kind of remains unknown. So essentially, staff just wanted to bring this option forward to the board to have the board discuss, you know, what direction they want to go, if they really want an adaptation plan, or if this draft would suffice to meet the intent of the initial direction. And with that, I'll turn it over to the board.
Thank you, General Manager McElhaney. So I think before I go to the board for any discussion, we do have public comment. Director Thomas and I are the ad hoc committee, so I think I'll hand this off to Director Thomas to make a few comments. Thank you.
Thank you, President Farmer. And yeah, well put, General Manager McElhaney. So yeah, this is an area of intense passion for me. So first, my comments. Let's note on the bottom of page 159. Let's see. On the bottom of page 159 of the climate adaptation policy the board approved, um, the second sentence, development of a climate action plan is the next step and will include measurable goals. That is what this ad hoc committee was assigned to do, to develop the climate action plan. I want to make a distinction between climate adaptation and climate action plan. The climate adaptation, and these are both important. Climate adaptation being what we need to do differently because maybe sea level is rising, the variability of the climate is becoming more intense. So it's how we adapt because of the changing climate. Climate action plan, this is what we need to do differently to do our part to reduce the impacts of our operations on planet Earth, to reduce our operations on the climate. Both are important, but our ad hoc committee was assigned to create a climate action plan. That was my understanding. Looking at both is great, but I will make the case that whatever we create we call it the climate action plan as assigned, not a climate adaptation plan, because these are distinctly different. Sound similar, but there is a difference. Let's see, the next section, starting on page 160. These are the notes that I spooled up a year ago, basically, yeah, a year ago today or yesterday. Just a summary of the very initial thoughts after President Farmer and I kicked our thoughts around. So this is really just the initial thoughts 1 year ago, and in no way does it represent a report. But it was a template that I continued to update, reflecting what our thoughts were. So, the day after I produced this, as then Director Farmer and I had agreed, I contacted CSDA, the California Special Districts Association, requesting info regarding what special districts have developed climate action plans. A gentleman named Michael Meyer at CSDA said, CSDA does not track that information. Okay, so I posted a query on CSDA Open Forum, and as the general manager indicated, I received a reply from Ramona Municipal Water District, and indicating, they've hired Recon consultants. They're going to spend not a big boatload of money, but a little boatload of money to produce a plan. Since we chatted, I went back to their website, and that they created a plan. It's beautiful, 650 pages. I just wanted to let that sink in. 650 pages. It's a remarkable document, interesting to read. It's way more than a district like ours needs. And by the way, Ramona is a water district, municipal water district. They're thinking about migrating, to a community services district. So they're a smaller district than ours. Yet when I go through that monstrous document, I don't find what I would call an actionable set of plans. What are we going to do? So moving on from the CSD website, there's a way you can poke on the various links and get a list of all of the community services districts, 317 CSDs in California. So there are 6 districts. I looked at the websites of each of the CSDs in the Bay Area and the Central Coast, the coastal area. 28 CSD websites. I haven't found one climate action plan. Several CSDs reference their county hazard mitigation plans, and you go to those, and we've seen our county mitigation plan, hazard mitigation plan, and it's got a lot of information, but it is not what anybody would call a climate action plan. So as things progressed, Yeah, at two subsequent meetings, but at the May 27 meeting, the general manager provided President Farmer and I a copy of this this draft, essentially identical to what we have here on pages 164. And yeah, to me, this outline really does meet the 80-20 rule. And by that, for those unfamiliar with the Pareto principle, Pareto was a famous Italian economist, and the theory that, it's generally 20% of the causes that impact 80% of the results. Or conversely, the smaller set of things that if you do these things, you will get by and large the most outcome. And from what I can see, the main actions that we need to take are very well outlined in the this document that General Manager McElhaney, Utilities Manager Green, and staff have created. So again, I want to applaud the general manager and staff for this, to me, fine work. 6-page document, 600-page document, mercy. I'll take the 6-page document if it's actionable and says what we're going to do. I do think we need some minor refinements. And I just also want to call attention to, on page 168, under monitoring and reporting, it says part of the plan is to establish a climate action dashboard on the CCSD website and updated quarterly, right? The old saying that nothing gets done if you don't measure and monitor. And there's a commitment here to, yes, measure and monitor what we're going to do. So that old saying does ring true. And in here, there's also designate facilities and resources manager as climate program liaison. And I don't know, David, perhaps you'd love to get involved in this, but I'm just looking at this thinking, which department has the most impact on the climate? And something tells me it is the utilities department. So I would just look at that and just hope that Utilities Manager Green would step up as the lead for this program, or someone on his staff, of which you have quite capable staff. And there are a couple other suggestions, but for the most part, looking at this, I see taking another brush at this with the existing ad hoc committee, and then get after it, because I think what you've got in here is good. My thoughts.
Yes, correct. Thank you very much, Director Thomas. I think Director Scott wants to immediately comment.
So I think he gave you an A.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And I really concur. Yeah, you would have to change the name to Climate Action Plan, but you could, in the purpose, use the word adaptation. So that would, because that's what you're doing. So I completely agree with what you're saying.
Director Gray wishes to comment as well.
Yes, thank you, President Farmer. May I give you a little summary of my extensive conversation with General Manager McElhaney. And as Director Thomas points out, there is a difference between climate adaptation and I think what really we're talking about with climate action is what's in the more technical term of mitigation, which means doing what we can do to prevent further global warming, really, further warming of the atmosphere. And so there's a confusion here of purpose. In my view, and this is why maybe the having a consultant come in, is that I think we do need to identify what aspects of our operation and our infrastructure are vulnerable to climate change impacts over the next, say, 50 years. And we need someone to maybe look at it from the outside and say, this is what you need. This is what you need for adaptation, not just mitigation, but adaptation, which is really, I think, where the grant money is coming from. For instance, on subject of water, if you have rising sea levels, even by a foot or so, our well field in San Simeon is just a few feet above sea level at the base of the wells. And so you have a potential risk of seawater intrusion from the effects of climate change. I mean, we are doing, we're doing quite a bit now to shield against that with the WRF. But what more might we need to enhance the flows down San Simeon or whatever? I do think we need some expertise to be brought to this issue. And that's why the suggestion of hiring someone as a consultant, just to say, what are our vulnerabilities? Is our sewer plant safe for the 50-year range, till the end of the century or long term? Are our lift stations do they need to be protected somehow, the ones that are near the water? Our the wildfire risk from climate change, of course, is we're dealing with it already, but is there more that needs to be done? I can think of a few other things, but I think we have to maybe have someone ask someone what it is that we want to protect. This is adaptation. It's not mitigation. I think we already have a mitigation policy, which I'm not sure how the action plan that's put together here would really enhance that much, because we have basic goals and aims and actions we're already sort of spelling out. But I do think we're sort of letting real adaptation kind of slip through the cracks here in this deliberation. And I think adaptation is actually something that we should think about. The Coastal Commission has this program called Smart Coast California. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it is all about adaptation. And it has to do with land use planning and various other things. It's maybe good for us to have some liaison with that, because they are trying to get people to identify what their risks are and how to deal with them over the long term. And I think we've not really done that methodically or had it done for us. So I would suggest that we do consider at least maybe coming back with a definition of exactly what we want from a consultant, come back with the discussion of an RFP for the outline of an adaptation plan and give them some of our goals. And I would not vote for the current document as our policy, because I think we need more on the adaptation side. And for the input from the adaptation side, I think we have to go to someone. We do have to pay for it, I think, a little bit, and see what the needs are. And one more point on that: the grants that General Manager McElhenney was talking about are generally would be infrastructure grants. If we need to say shore up our water resources, protect our water resources in San Simeon through various means of additional water or flood control or various maybe more sophisticated things, that's the kind of money we would go for in grants. And if it's part of our climate adaptation plan, that strengthens our case for grants at the state and federal level. So I would say we kind of back up a little bit and maybe come back, consider having a robust adaptation component in our plan.
Yeah, I guess this is why there's 5 directors on the board, and that's very insightful. And you don't see the entire elephant from just one angle, and that makes a lot of sense. Now we're not. You mentioned policy. We're not creating a policy. We have the policy. We're creating a plan. However, I think not all of your comments are very very valid. So this would be an adaptation and mitigation action plan would be the combined effort, and perhaps we could be very clear in the RFP that we don't need Encyclopedia Britannica. We don't need 650 pages. We need to narrow down the key risks and the key levers of action.
Thank you, Director Thomas. and Director Gray, and that's why staff brought it forward is really what is the board looking for when we tackle these climate issues, existing climate emergencies, President Farmer. So some thoughts from a staff level is staff can start to create an RFP in coordination with the ad hoc committee. So once we define those roles that you mentioned, Director Thomas, what we're really looking for in that plan, and identify its scope in terms of, we perhaps don't need a 650-page document. If we have those guidelines, staff's happy to put out an RFP and we can come and bring those RFPs forward, and you'll at least get some eyes on what that would cost. Or we could start to get estimates before we even go out to RFP and just start knocking on some doors on what, with the criteria that the ad hoc establishes, we could start to try and get some estimates and bring that back to the board, or we can go straight to RFP and then reject all bids. I mean, I'll lean on Mr. Carmel. He'll probably recommend getting estimates prior to going to RFP, but we can work on that piece if that's a direction the board would like to go.
All right, thank you, General Manager McElhaney. Before I go and make comments on do's and don'ts, such as solar power and plastic, we do have a public comment from Ms. Heinrichs. So Ms. Heinrichs, if you'd like to step up and address this item, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for this analysis. This is certainly an area in which Cambria can be a leader. As you've noticed, Director Thomas, small communities haven't done much for this, and this is really where the rubber hits the road as far as climate adaptation and action goes. So thank you for that analysis. As far as finding the money to pay for a plan, the district does find money to pay for its priorities, such as the $27,000 paid to Liebert Cassidy Whitmore, the HR legal firm, and $31,730 to Municipal Resource Group for HR coaching this year. That was certainly money well spent to avoid any further HR lawsuits, but perhaps district staff has mastered the principles of office management, and that money could go toward climate adaptation planning this year. CIO Solution got $87,497 for computers and consulting. Altogether, that's almost $150,000 on those two areas alone. Surely there's some flexibility there. That's enough to pay for a top quality plan. I rely on you, President Farmer, and you, Director Thomas, and you, Director Gray, to scrutinize the district's expenses and see if money can be carved out to support climate adaptation. As Professor Mark Jacobson at Stanford said, there's no miracles needed. We have all the technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heinrichs, and thank you for giving me another 3 minutes because I forgot to set the timer, so much appreciated. So I just want to make a couple of comments, and I was mentioning do's and don'ts. And I know this is what I'm about to bring up right now has been approached before with regard to solar power on the roof of the Vets Hall. And I realize there's some problems there because the roof on the Vets Hall is let's say, needs some improvements. But I think once those improvements take place, or even, let's say before the improvements take place, perhaps we could seek out some available grant funding. And I know that kind of ebbs and flows, but grant funding for solar power, both on the roof of the Vets Hall, but perhaps also out at the WRF. And I bring this up because, we're changing now from, let's say, gas and oil to, and we already know this because we have the EV vehicles, the electric vehicles. But I think addressing solar power, but also, and everything that we do impacts the climate, impacts the well-being of the planet, our only home. And right now, the amount of trash that is generated, especially plastic, the amount of plastic and the amount of trash that's being generated by the human species is like totally overwhelming. When we talk about the district, to me, the district means everybody that works at the district, as well as what we do as policy and action. So I just want to mention with regard to encouraging everybody that works at the district, less trash that we throw away, the more we're contributing to the well-being of the planet. So, like I said, plastic is a huge problem, especially plastic that will never decompose. So I just want people to give thought to whatever it is that they're buying at the store, whatever it is that they're bringing to the job. Let's say a plastic water bottle that you just throw away. Just think about bringing something in glass or bringing something in metal that you'll just continue to bring from home every day. That's just those are my comments. But like I say, I think solar power, which is definitely the direction that we need to be going in the coming decades. That's something we should consider no matter what. So, and I appreciate everything that Director Thomas and everyone else has said. And this has been a discussion. Obviously, it's not anything we're going to vote on, but Director Thomas and myself and General Manager McElhaney will be working further on this, and anything that any other director wants to give us input on, it's more than appreciated. And Vice President Dean is doing that right now. Thank you.
I think this draft document that's in the agenda packet was very well done, and these are things we should be doing anyway, regardless of how we move forward. The goals and strategies listed here, I think, were very well pointed out. But do we need to make a motion to direct staff to get estimates prior to going to RFP to bring back estimates?
I'll ask the general manager, or I'll also ask legal counsel.
I think we've got body language from staff that says, yeah, we would like some sort of motion. Yeah.
If I can interrupt, it's not set up for action. It's set up for general direction.
Okay. So we can generally direct staff to look for estimates? Okay.
I think, yeah, I would just add that staff through General Manager McElhaney has already sort of suggested that with the course of action. I think they're on the right track.
Yeah.
I'd say that.
I've generally got the idea that we'll come back with some estimates at some point. So we can staff will be ready to agendize this again with after working with the ad hoc and making some of the changes to the action plan. Finalizing that, we'll bring that back for review, and then we'll bring back some more estimates for what we might see as a cost for a climate adaptation plan.
All right, thank you, General Manager McElhaney. So Mr. Maine, go right ahead.
As you are well aware, within the next 2 years, we're going to be getting fusion, and we're almost there at this point, which will mean all the clean power you ever want. And you won't have the pollution that's caused by creating solar panels, which is immense. I'm wondering if we should wait on this decision until we see if fusion solves all your problems, which it looks like it will. Just a comment.
You're talking about nuclear fusion? Is that what you're saying?
Could I just make it?
Mr. Maine?
Sitting down. Yes, so.
All right. Okay, well, we'll take that into consideration as well. Yes, Mr. Gray.
I think just to clarify, we're not adopting that document today or anything. So it's still a work in progress. So yeah, it's not a final decision we're making yet.
Thank you. All right, let's now move on to the next item, item number 7, hearings and appeals. And General Manager McElhaney, would you like to introduce this item, please?
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda item 7A, public hearing and consideration of adoption of ordinance 01-2026, an ordinance of the Board of Directors of the Cambria Community Service District, amending Chapter 6.04 of the Cambria Community Service District Municipal Code, and adopting and amending the 2025 California Fire Code and the 2024 International Wildland Urban Interface Code, and Resolution 01-2026, making findings supporting fire code amendments based on local conditions. No fiscal impact is anticipated. At the December 11th, 2025 meeting, the Board of Directors introduced the ordinance 01-2026 as a part of the process of adopting and amending the 2025 California Fire Code and the 2024 International Wildland Urban Interface Code. This ordinance is now being presented to the Board of Directors for adoption in accordance with requirements of Health and Safety Code sections 13869.7, 17958.7, and 18941.5. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, President Farmer, to open the hearing and for board discussion.
All right. Well, since I've been advised by the previous president, Scott, that I need to open this hearing, and I was just advised to do that by the general manager, we are now opening this hearing. And thank you both. And I think before we go any further, and even before I take it to discussion by the board, since this is so much regarding municipal codes regarding fire, I think perhaps Fire Chief Berkey would like to come up and make a few comments on this.
Good afternoon, President Farmer. So, yeah, this is relatively standard procedure. So we're adopting the fire code as necessary. Every 3 years. The codes are revised, and then we need to adopt them just to make sure that we're in line with legality purposes. So I'm open to any questions for these, and then thank you.
All right. So do any of us have any questions for the fire chief? Director Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Farmer. On one hand, this is a no-brainer, in a way. But I did want to just ask, as I read through Exhibit A, I was scratching my head, where it's like, did Chief Berkey just write this? And then I think what I've learned is that this Exhibit A has been around, Exhibit A, starting on page 184. I gather this has been around for maybe decades, this document. Is that right? Oh,
Yeah, absolutely.
And you just did a minor update to that.
Correct.
Okay. So, because it's like, it sure doesn't sound like Chief Berkey wrote this last month.
Yeah, no,
Got it.
I
Okay.
don't think I have that capacity.
Okay, fair enough. All right.
Yeah, most of that information, and there's a ton of historical information in there. And that, again, that just comes from the previous adoptions that we've made. And then I've just tried to update whatever was kind of necessary, but there wasn't much to update as far as that goes.
Gotcha. Yeah, when I got to the statement of the problem, the continued development and growth of Cambria, I was like, what growth? Development? But this has been around a while, and it's I guess it's the recognition of the potential growth that could occur at some unknown time.
Yeah, and as little growth as we have here, we still have to recognize that ability and the small amounts that we do have. So that's why that's always in there.
All right. Is there any further comments for the fire chief, or any further comments on this particular item? Yes.
President Farmer, just briefly, on the, I mean, I guess if you don't want to go too deeply into the editing of the community profile, but it has our population kind of high at 6,500. We're now more like 5,600, but little things like that I don't think really matter, because the gist of it is the ordinance itself, the updated state ordinance being adopted here, and that one, I'll note that one revision, one amendment that we did on our own regarding outdoor fire safety. This was covered in the last meeting, our last meeting, so I don't think anything more needs to be said about it. Thank you. Thank you for your work.
All right. Thank you very much. So do we have any comments here in the room or online on this particular item, Ms. Dodson?
No.
All right. Thank you. So it doesn't appear as if there's any further discussion on this item. And so it does say consideration of adopting the ordinance. Oh, close the hearing. Okay. Thank you for those of you that are on top of this. So we are now closing the hearing. And that's all right. And would someone like to make a motion to adopt this?
If you don't mind, I'll move. Let me just get to the text here because it's long.
Talking about page 173.
73, way up there. Okay, here we are. Okay, I move that the board adopt ordinance 01-2026, an ordinance of the Board of Directors of the Cambria Community Services District amending Chapter 6.04 of the Cambria Community Services District's Municipal Code and adopting and amending the 2025 California Fire Code and 2024 International Wildland Urban Interface Code and Resolution 01-2026, making findings supporting fire code amendments based on local conditions. I think my question in the past has been, do these have to be two motions, the one for the resolution and the one for the adoption? Mr. Carmel?
The ordinance, you'll have to append to the end of it and waive further reading, which doesn't apply to the resos. So why don't we do them separately?
Do them separately. So I will move that we adopt the ordinance 01-2026 as described all the way up to the words wildland urban interface code and interface code, and waive further reading of the ordinance.
All right, do we have a second? All right, we have a motion and a second, Haley. If you would read the roll call, please.
Director Gray?
Aye.
Director Scott?
Aye.
Director Thomas?
Aye.
Vice President Dean?
Aye.
President Farmer?
Aye, thank you all.
And one,
Yes, Director Gray.
yes, and I'd like to make a further motion to that the board adopt resolution 01-2026, making findings supporting fire code amendments based on local conditions.
I'll second.
All right, we have another motion and a second, Haley. So it's all yours.
Director Gray?
Aye.
Vice President Dean?
Aye.
Director Scott?
Aye.
Director Thomas?
Aye.
President Farmer?
Aye. We are now, if I'm not correct, we are now moving on to item 8A and the general manager's report. So, General Manager McElhaney, it's all yours.
Thank you, President Farmer. My report for January, it's pretty brief. Things slow down a little bit in December, and a lot of the things that I would really update on are going to be talked about in the utilities report. So that's why this report is rather brief. A little bit of update on the federal funding for the fire apparatus or fire engine replacement. We've been working with the USDA, Mrs. Dodson and myself to meet those preliminary requirements. We're already working on and we pretty much have gotten them everything they need to begin the reimbursement process. And I've been working closely with Chief Berkey and Captain Castellanos, who are actually speccing out that fire engine to get the exact quote that we need. We're hoping at the end of this month or mid-month of February, we'll place the order for that fire engine, pay for that with cash, and that will enable us to start this reimbursement process. The lead times on the engines have typically been 3 to 5 years, but there is a class action lawsuit against Pierce for these, and I believe they're being pulled in front of the Senate or the House. I can't remember which one, to discuss those issues. They just recently hired 800 employees as a result, so we might see lead times drop on this, which is good for us. So all that said, once we purchase the engine, we'll start that reimbursement process, and hopefully can get those monies back into the general fund. Because as we know, once we spent that 1.2 million, our general fund reserves took a pretty good hit. So we're working diligently from a staff perspective to get that reimbursement process started so it doesn't stall out. And Mr. Green can speak to the reimbursement process when it comes to Stewart Street tanks or the East Ranch restroom. It is a grind to get that reimbursement from the federal level. On that note, Mr. Panetta's office just recently sent us another grant opportunity, the Water Resources and Development Act. And that is a grant for infrastructure. So water, wastewater infrastructure. And so we're going to immediately start beginning to put several grant applications forward, which it does allow for that. So the affluent line, lift station B4, enhancements to the WRF, ZLD, even perhaps. We're going to package together quite a few projects and submit that by the end of this month. January 23rd is the deadline there. So Mrs. Dodson, myself, Mr. Green, Mr. Reaper, Mr. Johnson will all be working diligently on that to capture yet some more grants for the district. I'll be working out of the Vets Hall with Mrs. Dodson. I'm not sure if the chief will be here on that date, but we'll be here for that. And then we have some of the public records requests. And with that, we kind of already gave a little update on the skate park. So with that, I'll take any questions.
All right. We can take questions from members of the board. I also had a public comment. So why don't we hear the public comment first, and Ms. Heinrichs, and then I'll go to the board.
Thank you. Yes, I was glad to, since the skate park was not mentioned in the agenda, I was glad to hear that several members of the community brought it up. And I'm glad to hear that there is, although no progress, at least the board is addressing the issue. I just want to add my voice to theirs, that this is a project that deserves attention and needs to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Sure. Anybody on the board wish to comment on the general manager's comments on this report? Thank you. Okay. All right, let's move on.
And there's no public comment online.
Oh, excuse me. Public comment online. Ms. Dickinson.
There's no public comment.
Oh, no public comment. Excuse me. Thank you very much, General Manager McElhaney. Let's go to the finance manager's report.
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda item 8C is this month's finance manager's report, and I have all the normal statistics that I report on. The expenditure report was in agenda item 5A, the director's compensation, as well as all of our current bank balances. I have also included an updated SST project accounting. So you will also be seeing, I've been working on the second quarter report. I can't believe that I'm actually saying that. We have completed the second quarter of the year, and that's going before the finance committee next week, and then will be presented to the board next month. And we are just moving along in finance and working on the audit and finishing up some items, I would say, with billing and getting that all ironed out with the new meters that have been put in place, and just kind of going along and keeping things moving for the year. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Fritz. Any questions from members of the board to Ms. Fritz? No. Any public comment here in the room or online?
No.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Fritz, and Happy New Year. Let's move on to the utilities report, and Mr. Green.
Great. Thank you, President Farmer. For the month of December, I'll begin with wastewater, as we usually do. Significant progress on the SST and finally completing some of these ECMs. I don't know, you guys obviously reviewed the budget. You'll see that our PG&E costs for the wastewater plant considerably went down. That's not quite all of the ECMs in place yet. That is because we were operating about half the plant during those months, but those ECMs for like the blower and those pieces are starting to be installed and being used full time. So we'll start to see a considerable reduction in cost there for electrical power supply. Also, you can see in some of the illustrations, we've got that long conduit run from the PG&E duct bank that took about an extra month to get approved through PG&E engineers. We had quite an impact from the storm. Nice, slow and gentle rain caused some power interruptions for us for water and wastewater. Not too many treatment or processing inputs. Our gallons per minute did raise up to about 700 gallons per minute during the highest storm event there during Christmas week. But other than that, everything held up pretty well. We had a generator issue at lift station 1 that needed some repair and attention. We also had our old generator at the Stewart Street tank, which had a water pump failure or coolant pump failure. So we had to run another device during that period of time to help us through the holidays there. On the water side of things, we've got the backup power generator for rodeo grounds installed finally. We've got all the pieces, all the California APCD equipped carburation devices installed. So that was great. We had the APCD engineer come out and give us a final inspection a couple of weeks ago. So we've just received the permission to operate for that device. That is a tier 4 final generator. So basically we went from a tier 0, which we still have several left in the district here, which is considered by APCD as kind of like a gross polluter. So we went from that to like a tier 4 final, which is as clean, as efficient as you can get here in the state. So that's great. We look forward to doing a couple more, at least one more generator replacement at our critical infrastructure locations next fiscal year. We did have a Saturday night special. We had our hydrant hit on Northampton. There was no leaks, but there was damage to the hydrant. We obtained the police CHP report rather, and we've turned that into SDRMA. And in the meantime, we've replaced that hydrant out there at that location as well. We had South San Luis Obispo Sanitation District take a visit to the WRF. We gave them kind of an overview of process flow. We walked our brine tank storage. We got into a little conversation, and they wanted to come back and see our SST program that we're doing at the wastewater plant. They're looking at similar upgrades and have done similar upgrades with PG&E and SST programs. So we had a nice walk of our plant at the wastewater plant there for a couple hours and kind of the exchange notes. And looks like we'll be probably taking a South San Luis Obispo sanitation site visit here in the next couple of weeks or month to kind of see what kind of projects they've done. And we've kind of created a good little network there with Michael Jones and his crew. So it's wonderful to have them out. We appreciate their time. Also, we've had our second round of Astera, so our satellite radar imaging. I'm not sure that was, we had the first, we had it done in June, then we had our December date. I'm not sure what date the satellite came by, but we've had boots on the ground here this week. So since June and this scan, we've had 22 leaks that have been brought to our attention, or points of interest brought to our attention. We have 2 that we're still investigating that we're not quite sure are leaks, but the total water savings in gallons is 29 million annually for those 22 leaks that we found. Majority of them were on the customer side. So we're not just trying to find our leaks, we're trying to save customers money and just completely eliminate as much water waste as we can, especially accounted for or unaccounted for. I can run through some of our projects here for you. Our adaptive management plan, we did our last monitoring for our winter monitoring. We're going to have Kevin Merck, our biologist, wrap up the field surveys, and we'll have pretty much an annual evaluation report here due to us in the next month or so that I'll look forward to bringing forward. Our San Simeon Wellfield transmission main project for water and wastewater pipelines. We did get an encroachment permit with Caltrans. That took us a little while to obtain. In the meantime, we've been trying to get a right of entry with state parks. They've requested some layering and GIS and some other documentation for this. So we're working directly with them to facilitate that ROE so we can get and do some boring and do some underground locating there of other utilities. Our AMI project obviously has been completed. We've finally done the final carpentry here on the integration between Tyler and Beacon, Badger Iron Water. Sorry about that. And so this is our first reading that we've just done here about last week. So again, I think we've pretty much eliminated all the errors or issues that we've had with integration or register is not talking. So we'll see how this gets finalized here in the next couple of weeks and see if there's any more areas that we need to improve in that project. Our ZLD project went fantastic. We did receive 98%, 97.5% reduction. So that's fantastic for that. We are having Global Water Innovations provide us a complete evaluation of that. They have to turn that evaluation into NAWI, which was the funding source for this. So yeah, there'll be a quite detailed report. It'll, itemize costs for electrical, chemical, and be an overall evaluation of that, which we'll use to determine its efficacy in our plan here for our water use. Stewart Street tank project has had some weather and inclement delays, but they're going like gangbusters out there right now. I do apologize to the community. This past week and next week are the most noise impactful of this phase of the construction of it. We have 2 generators on site, a dehumidifier, and during the day, some blasting equipment. So when you sandblast and you remove that initial coating, any humidity, any moisture in that air will immediately cause that surface to rust. As you know, exterior coatings don't stick well to rust. So that's why we're having to run all this apparatus. Again, this is our noisy time. We apologize to the community, but we are working some longer days. So that way, instead of taking 3 weeks overall, this phase of the construction period, this is going to be executed in 2. So they're a little longer days, but as far as weeks of execution, 3 have been condensed down to 2. So we are looking to have that completed by late February and put into service in early March. Again, a shameless plug for our R&I. Looks like we'll have a special R&I meeting where we'll have a Stewart Street tank visit. Well, the exterior coating and everything, but it put online and in service will be going on. We'll visit that there on that day, and that'll be coming up, and we'll announce that in February. Excuse me. I guess with that pretty much sums up all of our projects and goings on. Oh, we did want to talk about the stream bank project that's up and coming. So on our Santa Rosa Trail, as we get closer to the Windsor Street side of that trail there, we've had some retreat. About 25 years ago, we did some stream bank repair there where we had that blown out. We actually took, I think it's about 1,000 feet or so of wastewater main and moved it in about 60 to 70 feet. We reinforced that bank, armor flexed that bank there for 150 feet. Now where we ceased that repair from earlier 25 years ago, there's about another 100 feet that's retreating there. That retreat has come into 16 feet of where our wastewater influent line is to our lift station B there. So we need to do something about that. So we've contracted with Bill from Estero Environmental, who's kind of leading our construction on this. There's a lot of environmental pieces in there, and this is a new project for us. So we're looking for his guidance, and at that special meeting in February, we look forward to bringing you the scope and get a little bit more detail into that there. But we're looking at about 150 to 300 lineal feet of string bank that we need to repair and make a little bit more resilient for the future. So that way we make sure we don't have wastewater lines effluenting into our Santa Rosa creeks there. So with that pretty much sums up everything that I have for the month of December, and available for any questions. Thank you.
Vice President Dean.
Oh, I didn't know you saw me raise my hand. Just an update of their timeline for the San Simeon Wellfield Transmission Main project, because your report still says summer or fall of 2025.
Oh, we should update that. I apologize.
I think we need an update.
We'll probably get an ROE with state parks. I'm imagining sometime in probably February or March. Again, we don't have the funding necessary to execute that project, and we still haven't initiated a CDP for this project yet. So that we're probably a year out from breaking ground on that. So we're probably looking at summer of 2027, actually.
Okay. And we have to
caveat. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. The caveat being funding. So.
Oh, no, I know. I just thought that we needed to remove summer or fall from 2025 from the report.
We'll update that.
Yeah.
No, thank you, Vice President Dean. I apologize.
Yeah.
Director Thomas has a comment as well.
Yeah, thank you, President Farmer, and thank you for the report, Mr. Green. And so on the zero liquid discharge, I gather we'll get a report of results. We'll discuss, R and I will look at that. That won't include a cost estimate because we would need to decide, okay, from that, what do we want to do? And then we would is that the sequence? And then later we would receive an estimate, or because we have heard the question more than twice of what's it going to cost us, and so how's that sequence going to come to us?
So thank you, Director Thomas. We'll get the report from Mr. Easter, and my understanding is that you'll have the capital costs in there and running operational scenarios in terms of what it'll cost to run for various periods of time. And that'll give us an overall estimate of what it would cost in capital equipment and then what our annual running scenarios would be. And obviously those will vary. When we eventually go to the Coastal Commission, and we've talked about this as staff and with ad hoc committees and the board individually with council, it'll really depend on the conditions that the Coastal Commission sets upon us. So we'll get some conditions at the Planning Commission meeting. And when it's appealed to the Board of Supervisors, that they'll condition it maybe a little bit more. And then ultimately we know the Coastal Commission will have some conditions on its operation. And so I think you'll receive a brief report of the various cost estimates that this could be. And then we have to take into consideration our operational scenarios. Not only what the board would set on it, but what the Coastal Commission sets on it. And then we have to evaluate, okay, is the investment of that technology worth our current operating parameters and scenarios? We're only able to run it, let's say the Coastal Commission conditions it to essentially what our emergency permit already is, stage 6. That's a limited scenario in which it would ever run. So do we want to invest that type of money in ZLD? So we'll bring forward all of those estimates to you. And then I think we'll have to discuss it again once we get through Planning Commission, Board of Supervisors, and eventually the Coastal Commission. So it's going to be hard to give the exact operating costs. We'll have the capital costs, I believe, by Mr. Easter with this report. R and I will see it, and then we'll definitely bring it to the board.
Yeah, that'll be the ante for the poker hand. And
right. And
so
Director Thomas, to kind of tear off of General Manager McElhenney, I'm confident we can get some funding to purchase that. My true concern is what is OpEx for this going forward?
Meaning operation expenses.
Yeah, annual operational expenses. What are we going to have to repair? What are we going to have to install? What's a 1-year engineered lifetime and duty cycle for pumps or whatever? And what's a 5 or 10 year? What is the cost of operating? Because again, I'm confident that we can receive fundings to purchase, additional treatment equipment. But what is that going to cost the district and the ratepayers for the future?
Thank you for taking that into consideration, Mr. Green. Vice President Dean, do you already have a special meeting set up to discuss the ZLD and what we've just been discussing here?
There's a special meeting that we're planning for February for the Stewart Street tank construction. There'll also be a meeting where we present stream bank stabilization documents. If we were to get Mr. Clark's report in enough time, we would add that to that special meeting. And I don't think we've set a date yet.
I think we were looking at February 17th, which is a Tuesday instead of a Monday, because Monday is President's Day. So
it'll be tight because we would have to get that report at least by the end of the month, then to have it ready for to agendize for that special meeting. But if we do have it ready, we'll be presenting it.
Okay, since it's a controversial issue, that's why I brought that up. Thank you. So I have maybe 3 or 4 questions or comments, Mr. Green. So on page 197, more problems with lift station B1. The generator let's put it this way, the generator failed. So was that something that was anticipated, or
No, this was not preventive maintenance. This is reactive maintenance to this. This is an older generator, and this is just something we're repairing as needed to keep active there.
Yeah, because B1 is something that you're just anticipating further expense for. In fact, I guess just rebuilding B1, right?
The controls for that, yes. Yeah, that was in the March 2023 storm. That was all underwater there.
Right. So I also want to ask you on page 201, it seems like we had some bad fortune and some good fortune. The generator ran out at Stewart Street on Christmas Eve day at like 3 a.m. So a tip of the hat who was ever on call at that time, who got out there and immediately dealt with this. And also, I think it's mentioned here that you contacted a number of contractors, and only one person responded on Christmas Eve day and got out there and got a replacement generator. So I guess we should be thankful it didn't happen on Christmas Day, right?
Absolutely. And at that time of the morning, when it's still kind of a business day for a lot of these contractors, we called one of our Old Faithful generator repairs, and they said, yeah, we can be out in about 3 weeks. And if you guys remember, that was kind of the lead day of going into those heavy storms that were coming for the next 10 to 14 days. So that absolutely was not going to work. So fortunately, yeah, our on-call operator notified us very early in the morning. So we were able to get ahead of the curve and get out there and start to call out these other contractors. And one was available. So, yeah.
Okay, well, that's certainly good to know. Now, something else I'd want to ask you, actually, two more items on page 203 with regard to the visit from the folks from South County Sanitation. So was there any discussion about the potential of accepting brine waste, more concentrated brine waste once the CLD takes place? But also, I guess there was something that happened at the end of September where we sent brine waste to South County and they refused it for a variety of reasons. Was there any discussion about that at all?
Yeah, absolutely. So we took a sample off the top of that tank. So it's a Baker tank. So they're 40-foot long and 12-foot tall. So we grabbed a sample off the top. It sent in analysis. The analysis was accepted by South Slow. When you pump it into a truck, you pump off the bottom. So that's where all the heavies and the sediment had fallen to, gravity fed to. So when we pumped that into the truck to haul it, it exceeded turbidity by 1 NTU unit. I think they accept up to like 75 and we were at 76 NTU. So it was returned. So since then we have purchased some filters, some of the brine, the inventory that was in there, filtered it and watered it down. And like Michael Jones from South Slow said, the solution to pollution is dilution. So we've watered those constituents down, and we're hauling that back to them now and hauling it there for discharge.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for that.
You bet.
And then finally, one more thing. On page 208, under San Simeon Basin, you make note that the dry season lasted a little over 4 months. How does that compare to previous years with regard to when it began and when it ended, and the time frame, the extent of time as well?
Well, we've seen some relatively short ceases in flow. The last couple of years, honestly, we've had about 2 or 3 months of flow cessation. So SS1 is GWUDI, so it's groundwater under direct influence of the San Simeon Creek because it's less than 150 feet. So San Simeon 1 usually only gets run for about a month or 2 a year because of that flow cessation. So this was actually a little bit longer dry season this year, which is why you see the full yield out of Santa Rosa. 155.3 is our dry season allocation, and I think we pulled just short of 150 acre feet out of there this year, and that was during the dry season. Again, that is to kind of rest and let the volume in the San Simeon kind of hold on till later in the season. And that's what we've done there. And that's why you see our San Simeon diversion for the year to date is only half of our annual allocation, which I think is pretty fantastic for us. So you can see kind of the aquifer management that Superintendent Meeks and his staff are working on there to try and maintain well levels and not overuse one or underuse another too much. So, yeah.
All right, well, thank you. I just want to say that, we see the green covered hillsides, and I think that always makes us feel really good. So here's hoping that this positive energy that we get from Mother Earth around us will be reflected in the amount of rain that we continue to get, and we won't have to worry too much about well levels as we move on into the so-called dry season, right?
Absolutely agree. Thank you.
Um, Anybody have any comments on further comments on the utilities report? Anybody in the room? Anybody online? Really?
No.
Thank you. Board member committee and liaison reports, item number 9. Any comments on those reports from the board or in the room or online?
No.
Vice President Dean.
I just wanted to mention that the January R&I meeting, we have canceled that due to not everything we needed to be available. And so we will be having the special meeting in February instead.
Okay, on the 18th.
17th.
17th, pardon me. I don't see any other lights on, and mine is, and I don't know what that reflects. So it appears as if we're finished here. How about future agenda items, Haley?
Yes, the future agenda items for February are consideration to adopt a resolution approving the sewer system management program, receive and file the second quarter budget report for fiscal year 25-26, receive public input related to the strategic plan, discussion and consideration of the agenda and preparations for the March 2nd, 2026 strategic planning workshop special meeting, discussion and consideration regarding approving the updated Piscalini Ranch Preserve Management Plan, and discussion and consideration of approval of an agreement authorizing the transfer of ownership of the San Simeon Creek Stream Gauge Station from USGS to the SLO County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. Discussion and consideration of adoption of a resolution adopting the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation. And we do have a placeholder for update and discussion regarding the East Ranch Community Park Phase 3 plan and direction to staff regarding next steps.
All right, thank you. I see Ms. Heinrichs has her hand raised, so please step to the microphone, Ms. Heinrichs.
Just to ask you again to please place that anti-ice raid resolution on the agenda for February. Thank you.
All right, thank you. It appears as if Director Thomas had a comment.
Thank you, President Farmer. And reflecting on comments earlier from the discussion, I'm thinking, is there a way we can introduce in the municipal code prohibitions feeding the wildlife? You see on Nextdoor all the time. I mean, any naturalist knows that people in the community feeding wildlife is hazardous to the wildlife and to humans and to the earth. I make no pretense that establishing a municipal code would influence 100% of the people, but it could help just a bit if we were to do so. So is that a possibility?
Thank you, Director Thomas. I'll defer to Mr. Carmel, but my gut would say that it's within our purview on district property, to introduce that into the ordinance. And I looked over at Mr. Geary and he pulled out his citation book. And so he looks excited. And so, Mr. Carmel, I'll defer to you, but I believe so.
That's an issue we need to look into carefully. There may be some preemption issues regarding the state, but on already it's possible. But it's something we can certainly, at a staff level, start looking at if the board so desires.
All right, thank you, Mr. Carmel.
Yeah.
And Mr. Thomas.
And
Excuse me, Director
to
Thomas.
limit that to the district property would be very marginally useful. I'm thinking, within jurisdictional boundaries, and in other words, in the fire code, we state, the conditions under which someone can have a fire on their property. We indicate the conditions of the vegetation that homeowners must maintain. So we are getting, into that space. And now with the weed abatement, we've even included the undeveloped parcels. So that was a major step. So what I'm thinking is something that would be CCSD boundaries wide, would be the only thing that would be even marginally useful.
Yeah, I think Director Thomas, I'd have to again defer to Mr. Carmel. It's something we could look at when we step outside of district properties. I don't know where our enforcement mechanism lies. I know that because the chief is our fire marshal and deals with the fire code, which is kind of already established. I don't know who and how we enforce things that aren't on our property. And again, I'll ask Mr. Carmel to back me up on that.
You raise an interesting point. Fire is and fire protection is one of our express powers given to us by LAFCO. Regulation of animal control is not. So that's why I say there are several issues we probably have to review before moving forward on that. But again, we're certainly able to do it if that's the direction the board would give.
Ms. Dodson, someone on Zoom would like to comment?
Yes, Elizabeth Bettenhausen, followed by Chelsea Foster.
Thank you. Ms. Bettenhausen, Happy New Year. Maybe she stepped away. I don't know. Ms. Foster, why don't you go ahead and have your say? Thank you.
Thank you, President Farmer. I was listening in on agenda items for February, and I believe someone else in the audience today had mentioned that there was question if the skate park would be on agenda for February. Was I amiss? Is there a placeholder being held for Skate Cambria for February 2026?
Would you like me to answer that, President Farmer?
Yes, please.
No, there's no placeholder for February. We are waiting for the documents needed to get to the county, finalize the permitting, construct the RFP, hire the consultant for the RFP, fly the RFP. The only time the board will see the skate park item again is when we've received all of the RFP results, selected the appropriate contractor, and then bring it before the board. So I think the earliest you would see it is perhaps a special meeting in late March or the first meeting in April, which is still the direction provided by the board at the last meeting, which is in the first quarter of 2026.
Ms. Foster, that might be slightly disappointing to you, but I just want to say that's the direction we're going in, and we're doing the best that we can. And there's plenty of support with regard to this project. So that's all I can say. Yes, Ms. Heinrichs, once again, you wish to comment on is Elizabeth Bettenhausen back, by the way?
She has her hand raised again.
Okay, let me let Elizabeth speak first. Thank you, Ms. Bettenhausen. Go right ahead.
My hand is raised too.
She's unmuted and she keeps raising her hand and she can speak at any time.
All right. Well, in the meantime, here, let me let Vice President Dean speak. And if Elizabeth comes back on, she can stop. And then I'll go to Ms. Heinrichs. So Vice President Dean.
Thank you, President Farmer. I wanted to comment on the discussion on feeding the wildlife. The State Department of Fish and Wildlife has a regulation against feeding wildlife, and they also have issue a fine for feeding the wildlife. I have a neighbor who was issued a $2,000 fine for overfeeding birds. And I have another neighbor who was given a warning for feeding deer and was told that she would get a $2,000 fine if she continued. And they do this on a complaint basis. So if someone complains that they know someone who is feeding the wildlife, be it birds, turkey, deer, whatever. Fish and Wildlife will come out, give them a warning, and if they do not stop, there's I believe it's a $2,000 fine. So there is already something in place to take care of that. So I don't think it's under the jurisdiction of the CCSD, but the state does have a rule on the hand. And then if I can, for Ms. Foster, we gave direction to the staff to go out for RFP already when they have everything we need. So it will not be on the agenda until the results of the RFP coming back. But I'm assuming that in a general manager's report that we will hear that when he has gone out for RFP.
Yes, Vice President Dean, absolutely. Once we get all the pieces in place, I'll do a GM letter to the community. I'll let them know that we have all those pieces in place, that the RFP is constructed and been flown. It'll be on the website when that RFP goes out. There'll be emails sent out to all potential bidders. I'll make it well known.
Thank you, Vice President Dean and General Manager McElhaney and Ms. Foster. We appreciate the dedication to this project that you and all of the supporters have. Thank you. Is Ms. Bettenhausen? Oh, excuse me. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Heinrichs.
Yes, thank you, Director Dean. That's true. State Fish and Wildlife has a lot of programs. They have very excellent officers. This is really, rather than an enforcement issue, it's a community perspective. It's an education issue. Friends of the Elephant Seal has found that empathic education is really the best tool in helping the community work with wildlife. And I think that it might be worthwhile to ask Fish and Wildlife officers in to have a community meeting to talk about how damaging it is to feed. You know, people who do this do it out of their good hearts, but it really is very damaging to the wildlife. And I think if they could be persuaded to understand that a little bit better, that might be more effective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Heinrich. So I think that's a useful suggestion. Maybe having someone from Fish and Wildlife just come and make a presentation here, either in person or on Zoom, something like that. And I'm glad this came up because I noticed my neighbor 2 houses down who likes to go out and as the turkeys are walking by, or as the turkeys are in anticipation of him walking out, they're just waiting for him to throw that seed out on either on the street or perhaps at times on the district property. I'm not quite sure. All right. Any other comments from board members or staff or people in the audience?
Elizabeth is still unmuted.
All right. I'm very sorry about that, Elizabeth. And would have been nice to hear for your voice. So it's 2:50 on Thursday afternoon, January the 8th, and this meeting is adjourned.